Yes, I'm all kind of late. All kind of late today, but it's all right. It's okay. We're going to get this live done anyway. That's how I'm going to say that today. But welcome to Deconstructing Christianity. I'm your host, Coach Renz. And today we are going to be talking about the David and Goliath story. At least four major problems with this story. And of course, if the Bible is the inerrant word of God, then there should not be any errancy in any of these stories. All of it should be perfect. Know that it is not. We know it is far from. It's far, far, far from perfection. We're in the final days, the final week before October 31st, when we all meet here in San Antonio, Texas, for our meetup. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Gonna see some smiling faces. Uh, gonna have just as good a weekend as me and my wife had this weekend. I hope you guys had a great weekend. Hope y'all had a great weekend. We went to the Deus Deus de la Muertes. Mutis. Yeah. Day of the Dead Festival this weekend in San Antonio. The sights, the sounds, the music, the food. It was a good time. We enjoyed ourselves. Uh, I'll post later on today or tomorrow, just to be fair. I'll post a video showing some of the parades that we saw, whether it was the Riverwalk parade with the boat parade and the procession at the actual fairgrounds, where the park that where they had the Dias de la Muertes uh, festival this weekend. And as you guys have, my wife likes to dress up. She loves costumes. Anything you can have a costume for any goddamn on situation, she gonna pull something out. So uh, she came downstairs all costumed up. So I just said, let me run upstairs and do a little face painting on myself. So we went out. We had a good time. Y'all should have saw the attention that my wife did. My wife was getting so much attention, uh, the way she was dressed up. So it was funny to me. I was also like, yeah, black women dressed up. They really don't know what to do themselves. So it was pretty fun. But we had a good weekend. So I hope you guys had a good weekend as well. I'll post some videos. I'll post a video about that because I want to talk about that in that video. Yeah, I'm going to talk about that in a video. So if you're new to the channel, we deconstruct Christianity on this channel. Uh, on the lives, we do take questions later on in the show. First, we go through like the core of the information. That's going to start right around the 4 or 5 minute mark. This channel is not for someone who is Christian. If you love being a Christian, you want to stay a Christian, you really shouldn't be on this page because this ain't for you. This is for people who are in the process of, or who have already decided they are walking away from Christianity or have walked away from Christianity. If you're Muslim, this channel is not for you. It's called Deconstructing Christianity. I don't know why other Muslims want to come up here and ask me to try to convert people over. It's not for you either. Or try to challenge about Islam. I don't care. I don't really care. So this channel is about deconstruction. So what we do in order to help a person deconstruct from the Bible, even more so, is to be able to demonstrate to them how there are problems within the Bible, how the Bible doesn't make any sense, how the Bible actually contradicts itself as well. So some of the things we're going to go through today concerning one of the most famous stories within the Bible, something that you've seen over and over again, depicted in movies, at least the theme of it, like the movie Dodgeball, hilarious movie, David versus Goliath, right? There's always the David and Goliath type story. A young, meek, innocent person being trampled on by the great giant, and the young, meek person triumphantly overcomes their giant. And you'll hear it in churches all the time. They tell you that your credit bill is your Goliath. Your spouse cheating on you is your Goliath. Your hardened heart towards giving the pastor that money is your Goliath. Right? They always got something, and there always is something. Instead of recognizing that the David and Goliath story is a story about we have a military campaign that we need to achieve. There's a big fucking warrior in front of us. how do we get past this military obstacle? It has nothing to do with your emotional situations, your financial situations. This is about overcoming a real threat, a wartime threat. And it's a story that's been told over and over and over and over again. Meaning, Hercules had his Goliath, Gilgamesh had his Goliath, Shaka had his Goliath, Quetzalcoatl has his Goliath. Every superhero has a Goliath that they must overcome. It is one of the oldest tropes in storytelling since the dawn of man, whether we're talking about in the Atlahisis, or we're talking about the Greek mythos, the Hindu mythos. Every story, everyone, every culture develops a David and Goliath type of storyline. So what we have is somewhere in between 1100 BCE to 800 BCE, somewhere in that range. Most likely, most scholars will put it around 1000. But somewhere around 1000 to 900 BCE, you have this warlord who overcomes and establishes himself as king of the Israelites. However it happened, whatever happened, somehow David became king of the Israelites, according as far as what most historians say. Most think that he was a warlord chieftain and took over and established the kingship, which is how most royalty begins. You defeated some people, you were a great fighter, you defeated some people, and then you said you were king. So, but once someone becomes king, generally now, their lives have to be pushed up, pumped up, propagandized. So we get people like Emperor Sargon. He becomes the emperor of the Akkadian Sumerian Empire. He's declared their empire is declared as the first empire, right, out of Mesopotamia. Then all of a sudden, Sargon's birth story becomes that he was floated down a river. The river Euphrates. His mother did not have the ability to take care of him or feed him. So she floated him down the river, making sure that it ended up where the courtiers of the king of Arcadia would find him. After the baker finds this baby in a boat, brings the baby into his home, and he becomes the baker's assistant. And then after being the baker's assistant, he moves up, showing great faith and favor, becomes the cupbearer of the king. And then when war came, he demonstrated to the king his strategic abilities, and he became a great warrior, ultimately taking on kingship of Arcadia and expanding the Arcadian Empire from the South Sea to the West Sea. And you have Emperor Sargon. A big story is always propagandized stories. Alexander the Great was born a star, demonstrated his birth, and he was born from a god, impregnated his mama. Big stories. So David had to have his big story. Most likely a ruthless, if he existed, most likely a ruthless, barbaric, warmongering general. So we got to soften the story. He was the youngest of boys, youngest of his brothers. While his other brothers went off to fight war, his father kept him close to home, tending the sheep. With the time of the sheep herder, he had plenty of time to reflect and read and contemplate his place with God amongst his people. So David grew in favor with God as this humble, meek, quiet secret. Until one day, the Philistines were at war. David, seeing his brothers trembling with fear, but knowing God as he did, challenged the Philistine and went out in the very garments that he had shepherded sheep and fought lions and bears, went out and fought Goliath and defeated him. And from then on, a new hero was born in the land of Canaan, and his name is David, son of Jesse. So they started out with this. So he's this young meat guy. He goes and he kills Goliath. And then he goes through some trials and tribulations with King Saul. After, sorry, Randall said, God, say it with your throat. Yeah. So after some time, he becomes king. So his story has now become propaganda. But let's look at some of the events. The four major problems. There are more than four, but there are four major problems with this David and Goliath story that shows that it is just propaganda, fictitious story made up. And we're going to go through those four stories, those four aspects. Number one, and this is the biggest one. Well, it's not the biggest one. This is the big one, because without this one, it defeats the story. And the question is, who killed Goliath? It's a great question. Most people will automatically say David. David killed Goliath. According to 1 Samuel 17, David killed Goliath. That's according to 1 Samuel 17. And we're looking at things that are contradicted within. This is not even something I'm going into archaeology about. But then when you flip over to 2 Samuel, I believe it's chapter 2 in 2 Samuel, or it's 2 or it's 21, one of those two, but I think it's 2. It says Elhanan killed Goliath of Gath. Well, now this presents a problem. 1 Samuel, and then this is one of those things, those time frames where you can recognize that there are different authors, that 1 Samuel must not have been written by, that the books of Samuel, 1 Samuel and 2 Samuel, are not written by the same author. And that they're written in different time frames with their people with different mindsets, different policies, different politics. So 1 Samuel chapter 17 says that David killed Goliath. 2 Samuel says that Elhanan killed Goliath. And then later on, when they had 1 Samuel's and 2 Samuel's, and then somebody, and here's the problem when people are reading these stories, just like when you're reading the Bible, sometimes you'll read something in the Bible and it'll tell you A plus B equals C. But then you'll be 5 chapters later or 2 books later, and then it'll say A plus B equals F. But your mind don't connect that, hold on. When I was reading this over before, it said A plus B equals C, not A plus B equal F. Your mind won't connect it, and so you just go on. And then whatever you preached at is what you remember. Well, somebody in First Chronicles, it connected. They said, hold on. 1 Samuel 17 says David killed Goliath. 2 Samuel, I believe 2, says that Elhanan killed. We need to do a Marvel DC retcon. If you don't know what that is, this is when Marvel or DC, they've been telling a story for a long period of time. Then they go back and they retell the story and change it up in order for it to fit the direction that they want to go in the modern time frame. So at the modern time frame of First Chronicles being written, somebody said we got to do a retcon on 1 Samuel and 2 Samuel when it comes to who killed Goliath. So in doing that retcon, they said that, hey, David actually killed Goliath. Elhanan killed some of his brothers. He killed Goliath's brother. You know, so 2 Samuel just didn't get it right. They forgot to put brother of Goliath in there. So, and this just lets us know it demonstrates how they went and they changed it according to the political time frame. Now, we know that this David story is being written roughly around, it might have been oral tradition, but some of this David story, we know it's being written in and around the 5th, 6th century BCE, right? So this is being written, or at least edited during the Babylonian captivity. Right? So you want the people to be hyped up. You want to give them some lore to make them not feel as bad about their current situation. So they're being hyped up, about this David story, that we come from greatness. Now, you know that is not an uncommon thing. I know every black person just said that. You know what? I know about these people who like to say, "Oh, we come from greatness in our time of oppression." That people will say that we all kings and queens. There's nothing that indicates that anybody in my family was ever a king or a chief or queen. But we like to hype it up. So during this Babylonian captivity, they hyping it up, tell you about this greatness of overcoming, because the Babylonian Empire was their Goliath. So we got to tell this story. And so in telling this story, they make a lot of mistakes. And that's one of the first mistakes that they made. They actually put that Elhanan had killed him, because the oral traditions that had started being written down from the 700s or around 700 to 800 BCE, when they had started being written down, you started to have differences. You get changes. And then some of these things are written at that time frame, talking about a previous time frame, so they get changes. Right. I guess I missed the contradiction. I have to read it myself. Definitely not surprised. 1 Samuel 17, David kills Goliath. 2 Samuel, I believe it's 20 or 21. I'm doing this. I was writing my notes based off memory. It says Elhanan killed Goliath. First Chronicles tries to retcon it and says that, hey, what had happened is Elhanan actually killed some of his brothers. Now, that's one. Number two, how tall was Goliath? How big was Goliath? You see, this is when the legendizing starts to happen, and you can demonstrate how things get legendized. Whether Goliath was a real person or not is unknown. I did a video a couple months ago about how when they found an inscription in a Philistine town that where Gath was, that it had a name that was similar to his name, but it was not his name and could have never meant his name nor be his name. But the height demonstrates the growth potential, the legendizing potential within this story. I got a question. How many of you guys think that Goliath was 9 feet, 9 inches tall? I was saving a video that I was from this pastor who claimed that he was 9 feet, 9 inches tall. And honestly, one of the delays I had today was I was trying to load it so that I can play it, but I can't. It wasn't working right. And how many of y'all think that he was 6 feet, 9 inches tall? Greater than 7 feet is considered a giant, so likely over 7 feet. All kings and queens are subjects, so that math has never math. I don't have anybody guessing his height. 9 feet, 9 inches, or 6 foot, 9 inches. Which one? How tall was Goliath? And like that, I understand anything greater than 7 feet is considered a giant. That's from our perspective. And I can understand that. Right? But did they have the Bible? It got to be correct. It has to be exact. It cannot have mistakes. But I get what you're saying. Symbolically, we can say he's a giant but he doesn't really have to be a giant. He doesn't have to suffer from acromegaly, which I did a video a while back about how this dude would have been suffering from acromegaly based on if he was 9'9". Kevin said 9'11". If he was, so let's break it down. According to the Hebrew and Masoretic text, he is 6 cubits and a span. 6 cubits and a span equals 9 feet 9 tall. The contradiction of this is that according to the Septuagint and the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is older than the Masoretic text, he was 6 feet 9 inches tall. So he goes from being an NBA power forward at 6'9", which if he was 6'9", then it would make sense that he could still be one hell of a fighting machine at 6'9". Even though there's some other information about being 6'9", it just wouldn't work. But at 6'9", it would make sense that here's a big dude. And if the average man at that time frame, which is one of the things they like to say, the average man at that time frame was about 5'6", right? So if the average man was about 5'6", then a 6'9" dude would be like, oh my damn, what in the 3 levels of hell is that big bastard right now, right? Of course, not a problem. Now, there's a couple of problems with him being 6'9". Now that's what the oldest version is, and if he's 6'9", that's perfectly fine. He's a big dude. He's not a giant to us, but he's a big dude. Problematic is that, I got 2 things about his armor. I'm gonna get to one of them right now. The problem there is then the armor that he's carrying is too heavy for combat, even for a 6'9" guy. It's too heavy for combat. There's a basic, so each person, when you go into combat, the max load that a combat person, an effective combat person can carry would be 30% of their weight, right? 30% of your weight, right? So if you're 100 pounds, your max weight of carrying into combat is 30 pounds. 200 pounds is 60 pounds. The shit he carrying is too damn heavy. This dude was carrying about 180 pounds of equipment. At 6'9", even at 6'9", he'd have to be a big fat motherfucker to be carrying 180 pounds of combat equipment, right? Were the Philistines people giant sized as a rule? No, and that's the other part about it. Cool, cool fool dog. The Philistine people were not giants as a rule. They try to make it seem like this dude just come from a big ass family, that him and his brothers were just big. If he's 6'9", then that would be plausible that they're just big. 6'9" can fit into a human body. That's perfectly fine. Then step 2 in the Dead Sea Scrolls says that he was 6'9". The Hebrew Masoretic text says that he was 9'9". This is problematic because you got 2 different versions of the story that people are supposed to believe. But if he was 9'9", and I say if, and I have to say if, because the tallest person in recorded history has only been 8 feet tall, like 8 feet and 2 inches, some shit like that, right? 8 feet. And that dude by the time he was 20, couldn't even really, he couldn't walk. He had to have a cane. To get that tall, you got to have acromegaly. Victor Wembanyama, who I might add, that boy is MVP all defenses this year if he keep playing like he's playing right now. But Victor, they say he's 7'5", but he doesn't have acromegaly. Most of the time, when somebody is as tall as him, they have it. They have gigantism. Their bodies start breaking down in their later teenage years. They generally will die early. Andre the Giant had acromegaly. If you remember him in the the 80s and the 90s, he could barely move. His body was broken down like he was 90 years, like, well, not 90, but he was moving around like a good 70-year-old when he was in his 40s. And it's very rare somebody of his height could do that. And he wasn't 8 feet tall. He wasn't even 8 feet tall. And the acclimated was whooping his ass. When you see the ones who are closer to 8 feet, they need cane. In their 20s, they're already walking with canes. But you want me to think that 9'9" was walking around carrying 180 pounds worth of armor. And he was able-bodied. The body don't function that way. And then the primary thing is that the 3 cube law says that a human body cannot be 9 feet tall. That the extent of growth of the human body is somewhere around like 8 feet 6 or something like that. Your bones cannot handle the mass of 9 feet. It's impossible. It gets impossible for the human body to be that way. He would have never made it through any type of military training. So no. But what we see is that there is a discrepancy within the height, whether he was 6'9" or 9'9". If he was 6'9", then you can rock with the story. But then, unfortunately, you got 2 different texts. You got different texts. Which one is God breathed? Is the Septuagint God breathed? Is the Masoretic text God breathed? Is the Dead Sea Scrolls God breathed? Which one is God breathed? I need to know. I need to know. But let me continue through these next 2 so we can get to some guests. One of the other issues that I had that is with this David and Goliath story comes down to, like I said, a demonstration that these people sometimes don't know what they wrote. And now I demonstrated earlier when it talks about who killed Goliath from 1 Samuel to 2 Samuel, that, okay, at least you got 2 different books with different, that are speaking different things. But one of the common things you can find in the Bible is that you can have 2 different thought processes merely 1 chapter apart, right? We saw this in the Noah story, where you can have in 1 chapter, he says that take 2 of every animal, and that's it. That's all he says, take 2 of every animal. But then the next chapter, he's like, no. Take 2 of every clean, take 2 pairs of every clean animal, and take 7 pairs of every unclean. No, took 1 pair of every unclean animal and 7 pairs of every clean animal. And that is because we know that these stories were written in Genesis, you got the J text and you got the P text. Well, here we have King Saul having amnesia, right? King Saul is now having some amnesia because in 1 Samuel 16, King Saul, he already know who David is. David is his musician, his harp player, and David is his armor bearer. Now, if someone is your harp player, and they're your, especially if they're your armor bearer, you know this dude. He's not a stranger to you, right? He's common folk, somebody you've seen around a lot, right? But then, no more than 1 chapter later, when they're getting ready to fight, they hit there and they're fighting the Philistines, and David comes up, I fight that motherfucker. All of a sudden, Samuel's like, who this? I don't know you. How does he forget? How does the writers forget that just 1 chapter ago, it said that Saul knew David? You see, the problem is when he was putting these scrolls together, they're not as neatly packed as how we read them today, right? So you may not have had 1 Samuel chapter 16, and then first of all, there was no chapter 16. They weren't broken in chapters. They weren't broken up in verses. So back in the day, somebody who was writing 1 Samuel for the first time wasn't writing. They were just writing the story. And then somebody else later is writing the story. And then when the people came and put it all together from the oral traditions or from the written scrolls that they had from the 6th, 7th, 8th century BCE, they just had the stories and then they put them together, but they didn't fact check the stories. They didn't go over it with a fine-tooth comb. This supposed to be the breathed word of this God, but they didn't go over with a fine-tooth comb because they made mistakes. They said, like, look here. Saul didn't know David, but then Saul does know David. So they didn't catch that. And by the time somebody catches it, well, it's too damn late now. Too late. We already got it. So what they do is they make up rationalizations for it. Sorry. They make up different rationalizations to say why there's a discrepancy here, but there's no reasonable discrepancy other than they messed up. It's man wrote and made up all this stuff. So, and like I said, in 1 Samuel 16, Saul already knows who David is his cupbearer. I mean, not cupbearer, his armor bearer and his musician. In 17, one chapter later, he doesn't even know who the hell David is. Problematic. Now, that's a literary problem. And some of the things that I've talked about earlier are literary problems. But then if you know me, if you've been following the show, there's always going to be some historical issue with this story in itself. And this is where, for me, the nail in the coffin for this story, this David and Goliath story. There's two nails. We're going to put one nail on the right, one nail on the left. According to this story, when David kills Goliath, he chops off his head, which is a brutal thing, and in any other case is seen as a vicious war crime type of event. He takes his head and he says that he parades his head around Jerusalem. Now, there's a problem with the aspects of this story. The David story could not have happened any earlier than around 900 to 1000 BCE. Well, there was no city of Jerusalem known as Jerusalem that David would have been able to parade the head around Jerusalem. There was a city that would become Jerusalem that was controlled by the Jebusites at that time frame. Or to put it simply, Jerusalem of that time frame of David killing Goliath was controlled by the Jebusites. So David would not have been able to walk around parading the head of Goliath. It would not be until David becomes king, and when David becomes king, that's when they conquered Jerusalem. So when this was being written, they put the cart before the horse. It's being written at a time frame when you know the city already existed. You know, it was called Jerusalem, that it is Jerusalem. For as long as you've known, the city has been occupied by Israelites. But then when you place David in his era of time, Jerusalem was not being occupied by Israelites. So David would not have been walking around Jerusalem with the head of Goliath. It doesn't work. I think it's called an anachronism, but it doesn't work. So when you take something, an established place, and try to make the events fit that place, believing these unbelievable things happen, but then it's not actually happening in the right time frame. And then the other one, and y'all know, as a military person, I'm going to catch this one. If you look at the armor, and these are timeline issues, when you look at the armor of Goliath, the bronze helmet and everything that he's wearing, the David and Goliath story happened during the Iron Age. Goliath is dressed like a Greek soldier during the Bronze Age. Not Bronze Age, not Bronze Age, but during the time frame of the Greeks. So I think that's, what is that, the Copper Age? But he's dressed in the wrong time frame. He's wearing armor from the future. He found the DeLorean because he's dressed like a 5th century. Uh, who was around in the 5th century? Would have been around 5th century, so that's 400 BCE. He dressed like a 5th century, well, not Roman, Greek, like a Greek soldier in the 5th century. This man is not dressed like a Philistine in the Iron Age. That places him out of time. That demonstrates that during the 5th century, this story was being edited, that they was adding to it or writing it down or making it or cleaning it up. And if this story can be edited, if it's being cleaned up, then that just demonstrates that this is just something that man wrote. This is not anything to do with any God whatsoever. So the David and Goliath story, like I said in the beginning, it's one of those stories that pastors like to talk about a lot, which is one of the reasons why I brought it up today. They like to talk about it a lot. They talk about it because they can make you think that this story is applicable to you. David fighting Goliath is a wartime propaganda story that you see most kings have throughout history. But in the heart of the story, it's about overcoming other difficult military conquests, not how to deal with your problems. So if you wanted to apply this story to anything in real life, you would apply this story not to, oh, somebody's attacking me and I was sitting here in my innocence and I wasn't doing anything. I was just trying to live my life. No, this would be applicable if you've started a business and you want to go out and defeat and beat down all the competition. And one of your competition is the big dog. It's the big dog. Like I'm in San Antonio. If I open up a cigar lounge, well, Finks and Cigar International, those are the two big dogs. A David and Goliath story is me saying, hell no, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to take their shit. That's the meaning of David and Goliath story. The David and Goliath story is not, I'm the first one to open up a cigar lounge in San Antonio, and then here comes these big old companies and they're trying to kick me out. But I'm going to believe in God that I can stand them down. But they teach it that way in churches. So these people think that when someone's attacking you, no, David and Goliath is about you going and you saying that I'm going to take your shit. I'm coming to take your shit, no matter how big you are. That's what they should be telling people. But what do they tell people? Oh, them credit cards, that's your Goliath. Your husband who beating your ass, that's your Goliath. That manager that you got, it just don't like you, but you just keep your head down because that's your Goliath. God gonna get you through. That's the bullshit. And this story actually has nothing to do with that. It doesn't teach that at all. David actually does what is generally considered a war crime, even in their time frame, by taking the head of your victim and chopping off the head of your victim and then parading it around. Even in their time frame, most societies thought that that was a war crime. That was dishonorable. But David, of course, gets away with it. Goes away from the meek little shepherd boy to the I'm running around with heads on a pike. So I would not. This story is a terrible story, but it's all just propaganda. But it doesn't. What we see is that people believe that the story is true, but the story has problems in it. And if this God is real, then how can his story have problems in it? And then it's a closed loop issue, right? It's a closed loop, meaning that the only proof of itself is itself. And that cannot be. Everybody always claims that When there's a victory, our God led us to victory. When we are defeated, we weren't worshiping God right. But our God's going to lead us to a victory. The story itself claims that God is the one who gave David the victory. Yet, the only proof of that is the story itself, because he got the victory. So God must then exist because he gave him the victory, but he only got the victory because God. See, it's stupid. It's a closed loop. There's no information about it. There's nothing. Even with that little piece of tablet that says that this king, I forgot which tablet it is, the Tell Don Steal It, that this king defeated the house of David. Okay. But does that mean the Goliath story happened? No. Now, don't write in all caps. If you do, you will be blocked from my page. It's very simple. We don't do all caps in here. And if you are just here to yell and scream, I'll kick you out as well. But I hate the all caps on YouTube there. I'm talking to a person on YouTube. But no, we don't do that. So we're going to open the doors of the church for anybody got anything intelligent to say. I like how they come. See, this is what I was saying in the early part of the video. This dude coming on here. He's misleading. He misleads from Jesus. Please avoid. It's so whiny. These believers are such little whiny people. Have no. Where's the intellectual aspects of your pleas? Oh, Bruce, Fred can't call in because every time Fred tries to call in, his microphone doesn't work or something like that. And he claimed that he just needed a new phone. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus. Jesus.
Oh, Jesus. Do you see my name today?
I see you change your name all the time.
I did a little bit of research.
I just see it says morals are a cope.
They're a cope, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And as I know, because I'm a beautiful woodworker, I know that I'm going to do a cope around this corner here to fit a beautiful flower bed right here in this corner. That's what a cope is. It's to go around the intended purpose. So then you have morals. And if you do an etymological research study on morals, you'll find that they are absolutely 100% without question conditional based off of the people that have them. So they're really just a cope. Morals are a cope. In regards to the David and Goliath story, I'm going to have to agree with you. If there's no city of Israel, then where the hell was he? It's kind of like Moses writing about his death and then things that happened after his death in Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very similar in nature. And I will say that the glory and the majesty and the all-powerful God, I know that he exists in fairy tales because you hear about him all the time in fairy tales. You just watch any Marvel movie and it'll show you all about God. But reality shows you that you're fucking delusional, Christians. Same with the Muslims, same with the Buddhists, same with the same.
Right.
If anything, we are our own gods, and the only way you're going to prove me wrong is 9 mils or a good fucking shiv to the heart, So I'm just saying, like, when you Christians decide that you're stronger than Odin, of course, because he blesses me with all the money, as you know.
I mean, Odin was hung on a tree as well, right?
Right. And that's really what I'm getting at, because obviously I'm not, if I'm going to throw Buddha and, all of them into a pile, Odin's in that pile as well. You know, like,
I was just saying the similarity between the two. Like, okay, we're gonna take the same trope. So the David and Goliath story is a popular trope. The hanging on a tree or losing something to get wisdom, losing your eye. It's a trope. It's the same stories are told over and over again. It's a bunch of bullshit.
well, it's a cope. It's the morals that create the cope. It's all tied together. It's the building of society. Why is it that it's the building of society and then you have the building? Okay, these are not coped necessarily, but they are cut. And if I did cope them, it really wouldn't be a good quality cope because there's no reason to cope at all, people. We can do fucking straight up things. Hello.
Exactly.
Anyways, I know you have some I mean, excuse me. I know that the algorithm does not like the word slowed down in its, other forms. You have some people that are just slowed down in thought. You may have remembered them. They normally went to a separate class in school. Yes. Those are the people that are going to be coming up normally. Other than your normal people, much love to them. Fuck you, Christians. Fuck you, Muslims. And on that note, may Odin bless everybody that's worthwhile. Peace out.
Peace out. Boy, wow. Oh man. If I need a laugh, I can always count on him. Depends on which Bible you read, Ethiopian Bible only. Sure, why would I read the Ethiopian Bible? There's no more value in that than any other Bible.
Hey.
Uru. Am I saying that the way you pronounce it?
Yes, sir.
All right. How you doing? Are you over 21?
Absolutely.
You're over 21, right?
How about yourself, brother?
Very good. Pretty good. You over 21, right?
Absolutely.
All right.
I'm 46 years old, brother.
All right. So are you a believer in the Bible?
Pharmaceutical, but now I'm just joining the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah. I would like to join the conversation.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the four major problems in the David and Goliath story?
Well, here's the thing. He said the word stories.
Mm-hmm.
It is stories.
Exactly.
Some stories are meant to inspire. Some stories are meant to, give some type of what do you call it? Fanciful.
Like some stories are meant to teach like a lesson or moral or.
Yeah.
Some are just propaganda.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's propaganda, things of that nature.
Right.
I've been having a lot of conversations on these platforms about religion. Right?
Okay.
These stories like this, people are starting to question these things nowadays because the abundance of information that's out here. Right? I'm thinking that's what this conversation is alluding to, and the four major problems with David and Goliath story. I'm quite sure this ain't the only topic that you have in discussion. I'm quite sure you have other topics, but I know this.
I mean, sometimes the conversation may lend itself to other topics. I generally do stay within the framework. I try to stay within the framework of the conversation, mainly because the first like 30 minutes of it, I give a kind of a lecture or a breakdown of what the issue is.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the challenge is whether or not the breakdown is correct or not. And for somebody, if you're opposing the view, then prove that the information that I gave was incorrect. But then if you're not opposing the view, then understanding how this becomes even more effective for you in your deconstructing from this religion, so that you can stay permanently walked away from it. So if we can see that it can't even get right who killed this man, and then they had to go back and do a retcon of the story later on, then that demonstrates that they were struggling with their own story in and around the 5th century BCE.
Right, right. Right. Now, where is the thing where it's getting a little scary for me, personally, right? Like I was saying, now I'm hoping that I stay within the framework of the conversation, right? Because of course it's basically in the framework of religion, right? From what I just heard, the past gentleman, what he just discussed, but we ain't gonna get into that because people have opinions about certain affairs. The holding thing that the guy was just speaking about.
Yeah.
And
he sarcastically uses Odin. He doesn't worship Odin.
Yeah, I understand. Right.
Right.
This is what I say the scary part is that. Because I fully understand the outrage that has been going on with, religious affairs. This is how I sum it up. Now, as an individual, I'm gonna give you a little personal stuff about myself real quick. That's a little personal, just to give an example.
Okay, make it quick. Like, let's get to a point. We kind of stalling.
When I was incarcerated, right? They had these people called unit managers, wardens, right? Okay. Sometimes these wardens and unit managers be the worst unit manager and wardens that you could possibly have, right? And people would protest to get those wardens and unit managers moved out of the building. And what would come after those would be worse than the ones that we get out of there, right? So let's look at this religion thing. Like I said, here on these apps and platforms speaking about how bad religion is and how they are inconsistent. Well, I tell you what, those who may be listening, right, who have a problem with religion, when you remove this out of society, I hope you have something to replace it. That's going to keep the order and the balance in the society. Because whether we know it or not, or believe it or not, religion has played a destructive part of the society, and it also have been a tool to keep control and order in the society, just like law enforcement. You take them two out of society and watch what the society look like. Well, and I guarantee you they're bunkers.
No, I disagree with you on that one. We can currently see what societies without religion or with the religion being greatly diminished looks like. If you look at the countries of the Norwegian countries, they are more secular. They are the most secular countries. They are less religious. They have more atheists than anything else. And these countries actually function better than countries that are more religious. They have less crime. Oh, wow. They have less crime. They have a higher wages, more balance in their wages. They have a higher quality of life, and their education levels are higher. You see, what you're saying works based on rulership. So when you have a king, so in the age of kings and queens and all of that stuff like that, religion can function as a way to control the people. But when you move to more of a republic, religion actually becomes more detrimental because the people have more freedom themselves to be able to think for themselves and do for themselves and can apply their thoughts. They can apply their morals to the societal system. So as we got rid of kings, religion became detrimental to society. And we see these countries that don't have the religion, they're better off than the ones that do. So now you can't get rid of police force. I understand that. You need somebody to regulate the laws, but a more secular country is actually a better country.
Well, I don't have a rebuttal for that because I take it that you are a very knowledgeable individual and have been throughout the world, certain places, in order to speak on these type of affairs. So I can't rebuttal that. But I do kind of, I can picture what you're saying, like in the UK and places like that.
Yeah, and we can go and you can easily research Denmark and Finland and Holland, and you'll see that they are way more secular, and their societies are far better than like the American society. Like,
what about Canada?
Canada actually is better than America. They just economically, they're not as vast as, they economically they're great as well. It's just they got a whole bunch of land that they're not using. That's the only thing about Canada.
Oh wow.
You got a bunch of land that you can't use, people ain't living on. Yeah, because that northern tundra, whatever they call it, northern wilderness shit. But yeah, I mean, you got this, and as far as being a black man, you'll be treated more equally in those other countries that are filled with white people as well than the one you're born in. So
wow.
They see, you know how people like to walk around, oh, I don't see color, and they know they lying through their damn teeth. You have a higher majority of people in those countries who actually just see you as a man than seeing you as a black man.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And
that's interesting.
Yeah, and it's safer.
Yeah. Don't have those runs everywhere. Don't have those runs, those shoes everywhere.
Yeah. They don't have everybody. I don't care about what this damn algorithm do. They don't have guns all over the place. They don't have kids going. They don't have mass shootings. I saw this one thing where it showed that between, I think it's like 1987 or something like that, like 1980 up until today, the United States have had over like 5,000 or some shit like that mass shootings. The closest country to that, the country that came in second place, I forgot what country it was, but their number was like 157.
Wow.
So it's like
that almost quadrupled the numbers of America.
No, I think you might do some more math on that. America has over 5,000. They only had 157.
Oh, woo!
Yes,
that's like to the 10th power.
Exactly. That's
you can't qualify that for real.
Yeah, exactly. That's like almost a 500% increase from one to the other. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Wow.
So we can take religion out, because religion actually is doing more harm in this country than it is actually doing good. It does more harm. The natural instinct of people to be loving and caring, I mean, people are going to be evil, but more people are people. This is not going to stop people from being charitable. It's not going to stop people from obeying the laws. It's not going to stop people from doing the same stuff that they've been doing as far as living in this society. So getting rid of religion changes none of those things. And it'll actually decrease the amount of violence that we have, because people will stop trying to judge you based on what their religion says. Now you can judge people based on what the morals to live a healthy life is, to have a healthier society.
Yeah, religion, for this country, I would have to say that if some of the guys that's in this country who live and base their life on religious precepts, if some of these guys are some real wackos and weirdos, and religion pretty much keeps them in check and be, for the most part. I think if you remove that from them, I think that they would, they would bring out the cracking in a lot of these individuals in America.
No, if you take away religion, people will calm their ass down. The whole reason that there is violence against the LGBTQ community is simply because of religion. The religion is what dictated the transatlantic slave trade and created the idea that those people were subhuman, and also for the indigenous people said that they were subhuman. So religion in itself created racism, right? So without religion, you get rid of a lot of that as well. Religion is the reason why science can't develop as quickly as it can. So some of our health issues are being derailed because of religion. Some of our better quality life issues are being derailed because of religion. So religion, I don't think, some people are gonna lose their shit. If you took away our religion, some people would lose their shit. But that's why we have, that's why we have police and prison. But when you look at the prison community, the overwhelming majority of people in a prison claim to be Christian. So how is religion benefiting if the overwhelming majority of criminals in America are Christians?
Yeah, I mean, even in Britain.
Yeah, how many atheists are running around prisons?
If guys didn't have faith and whatever they choose to believe in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Take that away, which I believe keep people at bay, keep people with some type of notion or idea that some fanciful place they will have to go once they die. And people still, I'm talking about 60, 70, 80 years old, who have married that concept, that idea. So people, you take that away, the fear of like committing some immoral acts, right? You take that away. Yeah, what do you have to, if a person is already morally destitute, they don't have no type of morals, no type of structure, like a caveman, like a Neanderthal. That's what you have, a Neanderthal, a caveman.
No, you wouldn't.
I mean, that's just my
opinion. I know it's your opinion, and please take this for how I'm acting, not disrespectfully. I know that's your opinion, but your opinion is wrong. The people in prison who have murdered people, raped people, molested people, robbed the shit out of people, they are religious people. They believe in this God. They believe in these heavens, yet they are still morally bankrupt because they still go out and commit these crimes and justify these crimes. If having the religion didn't stop them from doing it, so not having a religion has no bearing on them, on their moral bankruptcy. So they still committed the crime anyway with the religion. And if you're saying that they would just be worse, no, they are doing it exactly how they want to do it.
Yeah, but man, there are people who never even ventured into the penal system that they haven't caught yet. What about those idiots? I mean, my bad.
Most of them believe in some God as well.
You just get dealing rules thing, all those type of individuals.
And they still believe in God, and they are morally bankrupt, and they believe in this God. So believing in it, taking that away doesn't do anything. They're still believers, and they're committing the most heinous crimes. The only thing that keeps people from committing further crimes when they do end up in prison is because they're in prison, or if they don't have guards and shit that they done bought off or running, you got the gangs and all that. Our prison system is fucked up, that you can still commit crimes while you're in prison. The whole thing about prison is to stop you from being able to commit a crime. So we got problems within the system. But needless to say, religion don't stop nobody from committing crime. They still commit them. So getting rid of religion doesn't open. It's not going to open.
Religion keep people commit crime. What I'm saying is, if you remove religion out of the society, or like people keep pounding this thing about religion, and once people believe, hope, and faith is gone, they don't have nothing else. So when you call it to remove something, either you have to have something greater to replace it, or you just have to leave the conversation alone.
Yeah.
Because I don't think two of us actually we know what we are calling for or asking for in a society that's already corrupt and messed up.
We already
like a society like you were just talking about the UK, Greenland, Iceland. These places have already been developed the way they've been developed, but America is a whole different animal.
Now, these places, those places were just as religious as America were. It's just that those people started moving away from religion earlier than America has started moving away from it. But they were just as religious. Matter of fact, they were controlled. They were under a more controlled religion than America, because they were under, for the most part, the Catholic Church. England did become controlled under the Protestant Church, but there was still a huge Catholic influence. So they were under even tighter religious controls than America has ever been under. So they moved away quicker than America did. But they went through the same process. So they had the same thing. So America will go through the same process of becoming more secular, just as those countries have been. And eventually, over the next 50 years or more, will become just as secular as those other countries. And the quality of life in America will probably increase because of it. The biggest difference is that America just has more greed than some of these other countries. But and as far as replacing it, you don't have to replace it with another. Those countries have never replaced it with another religion. They just replace it with basic humanism, treating other people in a humane way. So you don't have to replace it with another sky daddy. Just treating people right, caring for people, understanding how important it is to live right now, because this is the only life you're guaranteed. And they're doing great.
That is a concept that I think this whole country is lacking in. I don't think they know how to treat each other as human beings in this country.
I will agree.
To be honest with you.
I'll agree. But let me let somebody else get up here, because I only do one person at a time.
All right, yes, sir.
All right, appreciate you. Appreciate you. Oh shit, hit the wrong button. It always moves. Well, ta-ta. Ta-ta. I think we're in her pocket. Their pocket. Yeah, I don't think they meant. Yeah, I thought they meant to come up, but I guess they didn't. Let's see some of y'all's comments here. Quality of life is a state of mind. Quality of life is a state of mind. The building, cars, homes, and planes don't talk. Have no opinion of what it is. I don't know about quality of life being a state of mind. I understand what you mean by quality of life can be a state of mind. But I mean in a general sense, where you have better health care, you have more accessible health care, you have better and more accessible educational opportunities, you have better food quality. what is it, like 100 preservatives, over 100 preservatives and shits that's in American food are not allowed in a lot of these other countries. Is praying talking to yourself, or is it a way to communicate with God? It's talking to yourself. Praying ain't nothing but, it's just talking to yourself. That's it. Praying ain't nothing but talking to yourself. What up, Mello? But yeah, no, that's an interesting thought process though. When people, I never thought about quality of life. Well, I do, but I don't. But there is a certain level, there is a certain extent you can say quality of life is a state of mind. But then we have to look at the reality of things of what is true quality of life. There are certain things that just are national quality of life. So when you have a country where you're feeding people poisonous food and they get sick, but then they can't go see a doctor. But then even when they do go see a doctor, they got to get chemicals. And the chemicals may help with the issues, but then have 15 additional issues that they may cause, so that you can cycle the person back through for another issue. It's like I'm taking the food, eating this food, I got diabetes. I got to take this medicine for my diabetes. But this medicine that I'm taking for the diabetes caused me to have high blood pressure. So then I got to take some high blood pressure medicine. But high blood pressure medicine caused me to have Tourette's. So then I got to take this for the Tourette's. But the Tourette's could cause me to go into depression. So then I got to take this for the depression. But then the depression, it becomes this, you become a grab bag for money. Instead of handling the root problem. We have over 100 preservatives and shits in our food that most countries don't allow in the food itself. We don't have a system of movement. Our American society has grown into a sit on your ass society. We don't move. And part of that is the work week and the vacation. Most countries in Europe, year one, you get 4 to 6 weeks of vacation. Most countries, you work 36 hours, that's full time. Most countries have guaranteed paid holidays. They have, what is it? After you have a baby, leave for mothers and fathers. And then because they're not pushing for you to have the biggest house and the rich and famous and all that, people actually enjoy their lives better. People walk more, they exercise more, they eat better, they commune with each other more. America is work your ass to death to hopefully make it to the weekend so you can wild out and party and then rest. So you sit on your ass. Oh, and my bad. Watch TV all goddamn day. Cause we're gonna live stream this and live stream that and live stream, stream. Oh, we got the whole season. And we're gonna fast food you to death. And then we wonder why we have more heart attacks and high blood pressure and strokes and shit as other people. Why do we have more people that die after they retire in a shorter time frame than other people? America puts more stress on your body and your mind than any other country on this planet. So, now, I'm getting way off the subject matter. Yeah, that is capitalism. What's your name? Hello? I guess you didn't mean to come on. Guess that was accidental. Oh, you there? What's your name? What's your name? I don't speak Hebrew, so what's your name?
Oh, you could just say Yahweh, Yeshua.
Oh, no, what is your name?
Oh, my name is John.
John, how you doing? You over 21?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm guessing, are you a believer?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess you saw the prompt, or have you heard discussion?
Yeah, I saw the prompt.
Okay. So I talked about earlier how there are four main problems with the David and Goliath story. One of those problems is the fact that in 1 Samuel 17, it says that David killed Goliath, but then in 2 Samuel, it said that Elhanan killed Goliath. And then First Chronicles tries to retcon it and say that Elhanan actually killed David, Goliath's brothers. So, and then I talked about the height of Goliath, where in one version he's 6'9", another version he's 9'9". I also talked about how King Saul in one chapter of 1 Samuel, he knows who David is, and then in the next chapter he doesn't know who he is at all. And then of course I talked about the fact that the timelines don't match because David supposedly paraded his head at a time frame where they did not control Jerusalem. It was a Jebusite city, and it's not until David's time to reign that he actually conquers Jerusalem. And the fact that Goliath armor is 5th century armor, not Iron Age armor. Which one of those would you like to discuss?
So you don't believe in the David Goliath story?
Not at all. It's all propaganda. It's all propaganda based on one of the oldest hero tropes in history of man.
So you don't believe that God threw the stone through David?
I already answered that question. I said no. But what does my belief have to do with?
It's not the Bible.
I'm sorry, you kind of broke up right there a little bit.
Oh, I'm saying it's about the Bible.
Okay, what's your point? It's about the Bible. What is your point? What's the point of that? I don't understand your meaning to that statement.
So it's God's word is perfect.
But I just showed you how it's imperfect. 1 Samuel 17, it says that David killed Goliath. 2 Samuel, it says that Elhanan killed Goliath. So how can that be perfection?
But Jesus said the scripture is perfect, though.
But two different people are claimed to have killed the same person. Do you not see how that's not perfection?
Maybe it is. Maybe we just don't understand it because we have to pray and ask God. It's not our word.
So you just, okay, you know what? You are, so what you're saying to me is that it doesn't matter if you can look at something and you see that there's an imperfection. You then gonna say, oh, well, it's God's word, so I'm just gonna say it's perfect, even though it's visibly, tangibly demonstrated to be imperfect.
Sorry, I was doing something. No, I mean, it's not, it's not our word, so we can't sit here and nitpick at it if we don't really fully get it, because a lot of people read it wrong.
So are you saying that you have to have the whole, so do you have the ability to read this correctly?
When God wants to reveal things to you, he will. So you have to pray on it.
So it's a yes or no. If you read 1 Samuel 17, then read 2 Samuel, and it says in 1 Samuel that David killed Goliath, 2 Samuel says that Elhanan killed Goliath. What is the proper understanding?
That God worked through David to kill Goliath through the stone.
Then so what is 2 Samuel talking about with Elhanan killing Goliath?
Well, who?
Elhanan killed Goliath in 2 Samuel.
Then it's still David.
Elhanan is not David.
David is David was the one that slung the stone, and God worked with that stone.
But 2 Samuel says that Elhanan killed Goliath.
Well, I think you should pray and ask God, and then He'll reveal it to you.
No, you have prayed. So why don't you reveal it to us who killed Goliath?
David killed Goliath.
Then who is Elhanan killing then? It says Elhanan killed Goliath in 2 Samuel.
Well, hang on. Let me pull up the scripture after. Maybe I can enlighten you a little bit.
That's what I've been asking. That's what we've been asking for.
Give me a second. Sorry, I'm driving. Let me park. All right, let's see what we got here.
So you're looking for 2 Samuel 21:19.
2 Samuel 21.
Yeah.
Give me a second. I'm going to pull it up.
You want me to read it to you?
No, I'm gonna pull it up right now. Give me a second. All right. So we got 1 Samuel and 2 Samuel?
Yep, but 2 Samuel 21:19. You can read it out loud.
No, I'm reading the 1 Samuel one, so I keep track of it.
Oh, 1 Samuel 17.
Okay, then which one was it? 2 Samuel?
2 Samuel 21.
2 Samuel 21?
Uh-huh. Verse 19. Did you read it?
Yeah, I'm reading it right now. 21 verse 19?
Yeah. Are you reading that or are you trying to read?
Okay, you ready?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I'm telling you right now. That's one of Goliath's descendants.
That's one of what? How do you?
Goliath's descendants.
And how do you figure that?
Because it says right here. It says then Ishbi-Banah, who was among the descendants of the giant.
Where are you reading that?
That's in the same 2 Samuel.
2 Samuel.
What is it? 2 Samuel 16, and then all the way to 19. Sorry, 2 Samuel 21, 16, all the way to 19. Killed Goliath the Gittite. That's an descendant of Goliath. So the other Goliath they killed before was that Philistine. This is Goliath the Gittite.
There's not one scholar who separates. There's not one scholar who separates the two Goliath. that Goliath the Gittite, whose shaft was of whose spear was like a weaver's beam, which is the same description that they gave the first Goliath. There was a war again in Gath. There was a man of great size who had 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot, 24 in number. He too was a descendant from the giants.
Well,
so
it says
it's,
right here too.
It's not saying that they are descendants from Goliath. It is saying they were descendants from the giants that they spoke about in Genesis, the Nephilim giants. This is not descendants from Goliath.
Well, there were giants. There were other giants. But, so there was a Gath again where there was a man of great stature who had 6 fingers on each hand, 24 numbers, who was also a descendant of the giants. These 4 words were descended from the giant in Gath. And they fell by the hand of David and his servants.
They are not saying that they were a descendant of the first Goliath. They're just saying they're descendants of giants.
It says Goliath the Gittite. The Goliath in the first Samuel was Goliath the Philistine.
You do realize that the Gittite are part of the Philistines. That Goliath of Gath, it says he's Goliath of Gath in 1 Samuel, right? It's saying Goliath the Gittite, which Gittites are people from Gath. So this is the same person, same place.
Well, the thing is that in 1 Samuel, it doesn't specify Goliath of Gittite. It just says Goliath the Philistine.
Okay, no, it does not. It says, verse 4, and there came out of the camp of the Philistines a champion named Goliath of Gath, whose height was 4 cubits and 1 span. Right? So he's Goliath of Gath, who is a champion of the Philistines. So that would be like when I was in the Marine Corps, I would be Lorenzo, the Marine from Georgia, but I'm fighting for America. You understand? So it's like Georgia is a subset of America. Gath is a subset of the Philistines. And a Gath person from Gath is a Gittite. Yes, he does have siblings, but it says that Elhanan killed Goliath. Didn't say he killed his brothers. Didn't say he killed his siblings. He said he killed Goliath, right? Is that not what it says?
Killed Goliath the Gittite. Goliath the Gittite. That's who it says. Not Goliath. Goliath the Gittite.
Okay. So you didn't hear nothing that I just expressed, huh?
I mean, you can tell me what you want, but I'm reading what it says in scripture. It says it don't specify if he's a Gittite from before.
So what city are you from?
If you're trying to say that Gath is a Gittite, it's not saying he's a Gittite. This Goliath is different in 1 Samuel. He is, bro. You know he is too.
No.
You know he is.
No, I recognize that you are purposely being ignorant.
I'm telling you what I'm reading.
No, but you're purposely being ignorant.
They're different, bro. They're different.
No.
You know they're different.
You know, I can discuss things. I can talk to people who actually are trying to like learn or express things. But when I'm talking to someone who is just going to be completely, come from a point of pure ignorance, I'm not saying you're stupid, because I know you're not, but you're playing the ignorance card, because because it doesn't say, but a person from Gath is called a Gittite. Do me one little bit. Just use the simple tool of Google and ask Google, is a Gittite from Gath? Just go ask that question. because you don't want to accept. You don't want to accept it from me, and that's fine. But just type in is a Gittite from Gath.
So explain to me then how Goliath came back to life then if he got his head cut off. Is it different Goliath?
Because the Bible is contradictory. Because the Bible makes mistakes. Because the Bible is not perfect.
But that's the wrong word then, because God himself said the scripture is perfect. So if you come years, thousands of years later, you're saying it's contradictory.
Where did God say the scripture is perfect?
Right here, when he said it to the Pharisees.
Where?
Let's see. Hang on, hold up.
But
I'm gonna get it for you.
But now, did you answer the question? Is a Gittite from Gath?
I mean, yeah, but he had descendants. Also, Goliath's from Gath. Yeah.
So now you're adding more to it by saying that he had descendants. Where does it say that Goliath had descendants?
Why did they specify Gittite? See, that's what you can't answer then.
How are you going to ask me a question and then give the answer? But they just expressed Gittite because he was from Gath and they was going into war with the people of Gath. So, and the other reason is because the person who wrote First Samuel is different from the person who wrote Second Samuel. They're not the same people. And this is one of the examples of why they're not the same people. You know, it's funny to me when people claim that they have these levels of understanding and all they're doing is repeating the different things that they've been preached to, because that's all this young man is doing, is repeating what's been preached to him, that these are two different people. If he's ever questioned it at all, that's the other part. Now, LJ, I knew somebody was going to bring that up, and I believe, let me go to that. And we go to that one. Because I talked about this early in it. Oh, might be able to spell that right. And this is what I talked about earlier. When you look at the time frame of the writings of all these look at the time frame of the writings. One of the things that you'll recognize is that Chronicles being written much later after First and Second Samuel, they go in and they try to retcon the story, because in First Chronicles 20:5, it says again there was the Philistines and Elhanan son of Jair killed Lahimi, the brother of Goliath, the Gittite, the shaft whose spear was like a weaver's beam. So Chronicles tries to go back and retcon the mistake of 2 Samuel 21:17 of saying that Elhanan killed Goliath. So
you're gonna assume with your knowledge that they were just going back and fixing a mistake, giving you interpretation in his own words.
There is not one scholar or even just an intellectually, critically thinking person who cannot see that Chronicles is trying to correct the difference between 1 Samuel and 2 Samuel, because the writers of Chronicles noted that they are
scholar is wiser than God.
You would have to be able to prove God in order to demonstrate God's wisdom. So yes, a scholar is more intellectual than someone who is writing these books or claiming that who is writing these books. But you haven't proved that this is God's word anyway. So, because you have to be able to prove your God exists, and then you have to prove that this word is perfect.
Hey man, you're the one that has to stand before him on your own account.
And we're not even. I'm not. That's not even. I don't want to hear that bullshit. You cannot demonstrate. No one can. Look, fella. We're not doing all that. No proselytizing is on my channel. all that you gonna stand before God and bullshit.
That's not.
I don't want to hear that.
Prophecy.
I said proselytizing. Do you know
Why
what the word
not?
means?
That's the truth.
Sir, young man, we
That's
can
the truth,
we can have a peaceful discussion based on how I run my show, or we cannot. It's very simple for me. If you're gonna
It's
come,
peaceful.
if you want to
It's
come up,
peaceful.
then don't come on my channel trying to tell me about my future facing your fake God. This channel is about proof.
Everyone's
This
Mine too.
little fella, this channel is about whether you can prove something or not. Not about your,
I mean,
not about your, oh, you better love Jesus so that God can you can be saved and bullshit. Okay, we don't do that here. All right. Now, that if
you're
you
not acknowledging him.
why I little fella, one more time. First Samuel says that David killed Goliath. Second Samuel says that Elhanan killed Goliath. First Chronicles 20 is trying to clear the whole mess up.
Emphasize who he was talking about.
The
Yes.
First Samuel 20.
Where did Jesus say the
So
law?
then, if you don't stop, you see that part that said don't interrupt me?
Yeah, the
So,
bias rules, yes.
of course, it's my show. I don't give a damn. But do you understand? You're saying that this word is perfect. But how can it be
I'm not
perfect?
saying it. God said it.
Oh, you know what? I'm done with this. You know, this is why sometimes I need to up the age to like 35 because some of these young people are just fucking emotionally stupid. Just emotionally stupid. What up, Bar?
I'm good, buddy. I'm good. I'm good. Uh yeah. Um you're right. You need to up the age because it's one thing to take a position that you can talk openly and honestly about, right?
Yeah,
And be acceptable to fact checking, right? But
exactly.
when you just keep insulting the intelligence of people who have the ability to have information at a fingertip and you keep hitting them with this just have faith narrative, it insults our intelligence. You know, like I don't condemn people that's seeking answers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's just our curiosity as human beings want us to connect to a supreme being, right? So objectively, right, we seek, right? And just to adhere to a narrative that was handed down from generation to generation, right? That's been presented to us as an absolute fact. But then when contradictions, like you point out, are made, you're not saying that you're right or wrong. You're just saying explain it. And you can't explain it, right? So you hit us with the just have faith and you're going to have to go before judge. It's an insult. And you know, it really is obsolete in this day and time.
I agree 100% because, you know, I'm not going to sit up here and go round and round with somebody who it was very simple. You claim that your God's word is perfect. I just showed you where it's imperfect. And even and Chronicles, First Chronicles really demonstrates that the people knew that there was an imperfection and they had to try to fix it. And you still just want to say, oh, it's God's word. God said it's true. You don't have the enough critical thinking, or you're so blinded that you're not allowing yourself to see it. That all you got to do is just keep on then talking the same thing about God's word is perfect, and then try to turn the subject matter into, well, when you face him, which actually has absolutely nothing to do with the conversation. And then when I act not to go, we don't do that kind of talk on this show. Now you're going to force it. Now you're just being disrespectful to the concepts of the show, right? That would be like me walking inside of someone's church and just trying to yell at the pastor no matter what he's talking about. that all y'all people are stupid for believing this, all y'all are dumb for believing it, and no matter what the pastor say, I just keep yelling that over and over again. All right, disrupting their process. That disrespectful.
And you know, it takes like a willingness to learn. Okay, like I don't I don't have a problem with people who believe something, right? And that's what they know, like
Mhm.
most of us. But when you have learned something new and it raises your curiosity, right? And you're open to discussion, right?
Mhm.
We advance as a society because of that, right? So, you know, when it just I get it. I'm grateful that you checked it. Like you didn't tolerate it and you checked it, and that's important because if you allow it to go on and filter, it just keep repeating the same narrative over and over, right? And it serves nobody any good, right? He's a young guy, right? That I guess been raised in that mindset, right? And he just want to talk, and I get it, right? But now you around adults that maturity and experience have given them a broader outlook on, you know, past information, right? And you're rejecting all that because you want to give us this absolute and have us adhere to that. You know, it's the same old Christian, even religious, you know, dictatorship, you know, that say that the Bible and written scripts are perfect, you know, and it can't be perfect if man wrote it, right? And we could say that God wrote it from expanded, but then the evidence show that the contradictions in man's, you know, infallibility, you know. So yeah, man, you did a great job at keeping it on subject matter, right? And I respect that.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I think for some of these people, I need to add a new little rule that this is the grown-ups table. So
Right. But you know,
it,
you're
it,
gonna get that. You're gonna get that. You know, like people that don't take the time out to do the bare minimum of research. You had to read him. You already gave him the four, right?
Mhm.
Contradictions, right? You had gave him that, and you know, he had to take like another 7 minutes to read them, but yet, and then try to do petty little, you know, arguments, right, to offset, you know, the argument. And that's the problem. Now, if he came with some evidence, right, to, you know, intelligently, you know, present his case, no, he wanted to be real petty and scrutinize, you know, oh, he wasn't from here and that don't mean this. And then when you go back to the subject matter, right, he hits you with the, oh, let's just have faith and you're going to have to go before God. And, you know, so
Mhm. You
I
notice
think,
he went to the you gonna go before God when he
yeah,
admitted that a Gittite is from Gath. And then that's when he started saying that you got to go before God and that God's word is perfect. Because he knew he had
right,
done it was that moment when he knew he had done fucked up.
right,
When he
right,
admitted
right.
that Hittites were from Gath. So it invalidated everything that he was saying beforehand.
And you know what? That's why information and intelligence and, you know, being prepared, having a proper prepared argument to say, you know, structured in
Hmm.
that type of forum, you know, is a great thing because, like I said, I invite, you know, different opinions and, you know, sources of information, right? And like I was talking to somebody the other day about, you know, you always the Bible, even for no matter what the denomination, right? It has no parallel or secondary sources, right? Like I'm saying, you want me, right, to just accept it when there's so much other information available, right? You want me to adhere to one school of thought, right? And I'm like, what about this and what about that? Like, connect the dots. Show me other societies that were the neighbors of these particular groups that you're saying Israel did this, and show me the ancient writings that uh validate what you say actually occurred. And I hear like one person told me that this female on my page told me that they actually found chariots at the Red Sea, right? So that was evidence that Moses actually split the Red Sea, right? So
Right.
it's that little petty, grasping for straws, anything to do, right, to verify, but not giving a full, explainable, you know, explanation that you could say, you know what, that got some meat and potatoes to it. Yeah, I could accept that. But when you just hit me with this generalized, unsupported argument, nah, we don't live in that time no more.
It amazes me how many Christians still are believing that they found chariot wheels and all these other things, as far as like we talked about the ark on the Noah's Ark on Friday, but
Right,
they're believing that this ark is up in Turkey. Like all
right.
of these are things that are claimed by this one dude, Ron Wyatt, and
Hmm.
everything that Ron Wyatt has claimed to be has been demonstrated as a lie. Like,
Right.
it's all lies, but yet people keep on believing this and keep repeating this because they've heard it been said, and they're sticking with it without doing any research whatsoever.
Hmm.
And I would, and Ron Wyatt was a nurse.
Right.
And what I do know, because at one point in my life, I wanted to be an archaeologist when I was in high school, right?
Okay.
So I did a lot of research about archaeology, what you can, how to become one, and then
Right.
what you can and cannot do. And one of the
Hmm.
things that I learned back in high school is that in order to do a dig, you have to
Right.
at least have a bachelor's degree in
Okay.
archaeology, or you cannot lead a dig. So when he
Okay.
claims that he led a dig under the church in Mount Calvary, when he claims he led
Okay.
a dig in these other places, I'm like, based on the laws in Israel and Turkey and Egypt, you can't do one. You cannot do a legal
Right.
dig without having a bachelor's degree from some university
Okay.
in
Right.
archaeology. And he was a nurse. So that
Right. Right.
told me right off the bat, this man is a liar.
Okay. Right. Right. You know what? Not to go away. Like right now, I'm presently reading Gerald Massey's right. Natural Genesis, and I'm reading Kuhn's that King of Glory, right? So I've been reading these two books, and what I find that I appreciate in their presentations, they present a treasure of supporting sources, right? Information, right? Like especially Jerry Massey, right? Because he done compile different global mythologies of faith that been here from day one of people all over the world. And he compared them. And what I found out that he's shown that the connection, right? The connection, spiritual connections, right? From the beginning of time all the way up to time to the day. So in that pursuit, I look for things that's agreeable, right? Not denominational things that uh, distinguish me as like the Israelites being the chosen people, right? But if I look at Islam, then look at Christianity, right? And I look for, okay, where are they agree at? The similarities, right?
Right.
And I can find similarities in most religions, right? So now I can say, you know what? collectively, right? That's something that been practiced by people from the beginning of the day. Now, let's not necessarily say that one is better than the other, right? But now I have a foundational, proven, global, right, amongst people from time immortal, right, agreement on spirituality, right? So it's that avenue that I think uh, that we could argue whatever religion you ever choose, right? Like even Christianity, like he shows that that was like sun worship, right? We could talk about Egypt and all that, right? And it's evidence to support that, but Christians and Muslims are just, they just put up blinders when you even present the facts that show the similarities. And that's the crazy indoctrination of religion. You get, like you said, this nurse guy who can write a book, right? And take like a absolute and have influence open up without having an objective variety of information to provide us. So we fed this one dimensional narrative, and that's the problem with religion. Today people are stuck on stupid.
I agree with you. In a lot of the content that you're saying, I mean, you can find those commonalities between every religion, and
Right,
and for the most part, when you boil them all down, they were looking at nature, and they could not
right,
understand that nature, and so then they
exactly.
created some type of spiritual being that
Okay.
manifested that nature
Hmm.
and incorporated that into their daily lives, started having experiences, and said that those experiences are directly related to these gods. And they're
Right,
speaking to them, and the reason why they're having these experiences is because there's a spark inside of them, which is just
right.
which is just them having an emotional response to the nature that they're experiencing.
Exactly.
And they
And you
all
know
create
what?
rituals and shit around that.
Yeah. And you know what? It's a simple explanation if you could, if you could kind of like be open, right, to the fact that this has been going on for ages, right? This struggle and this need to have some type of relationship with God, right? And the fact that it's been around for since the beginning of time, right? It kind of like it's kind of like it's really, I guess I could say, dumb to think that you're really saying something new, like what is his name, one of the early church fathers from Egypt, oh God, Saint
Yeah,
Augustine,
yeah.
right? Saint Augustine said that uh that religion has been practiced from the beginning of time, right? There has not been a period of time when man has not practiced religion. So it's been around for ages, and most of them are just other versions of that first, like you said, experience with nature that was just kind of like sensationalized over a period in time, and gave their own little version and remix of it. But there's like there's not nothing new that we can't explain like as a phenomena. Like this is explainable to intelligent people. But when you reject intelligence and just say faith is the answer because I can't explain it, then okay, we limit ourselves and we stay stuck on that, primitive mode of thinking.
Yeah. And we should be like so far ahead in how our society has developed, our science has developed. We should be so far ahead. But religion has always been the stalemate that's kept us. It's always been a stumbling block that's kept us from being able to advance just in societal moralities, as
Right.
well as our scientific discoveries. Yes, we've
You
had
think that's intentional, right? That got to be intentional.
yeah, because if you allow morality to develop and science to develop, then the church or the religion loses power. Those in
Right.
control of the religion, they then lose
Mm.
power because now the power truly does spread amongst the people.
Mm.
So
Mm.
you have to stop it. You have to put a stumbling block in front. That's Have you ever seen the movie Angels and Demons?
No, no. It sounds familiar though.
It's
But
one of them Da Vinci Code books from the Da Vinci Code. It's part of their novel, his novels.
okay, yeah, yeah. I seen it, but years ago. I think I even read it years ago. But yeah, I'm
So
familiar.
so Angels and Demons, the main precept of that movie is the fact that you had a young cardinal at the Vatican
Right.
who wanted to slow down science because
Okay.
they were doing the hydrogen the collider, and they
Right.
were creating what they call the God particle, which just would have been the infinite amount of clean energy, but
Okay.
they created a whole religious mysticism to try to stop it because they wanted to stop
Right.
science, right? And that was the problem. That's
Yeah.
And there's been so many demonstrations of that in different. I can name like probably 10 more either television shows or movies that all demonstrated the same thing. That religion has always tried to slow down science to the point where they can still be in control. If you can
And
control it, then they'll let that science grow.
and it goes back to uh 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 Ptolemy, like with the burning of the library of the Gnostics, the suppression of the Gnostics, right? Or even atheists, right? At Nassim, right? They
Mhm.
always suppressed information, right? They censored and controlled the information, right? And they actually like Catholicism has had has spilled so much blood in the promoting of that narrative that I mean it's amazing to think of the strolls and the ancient writings that was suppressed. That's probably still being suppressed by some like the Vatican, right? That know the truth, but to control man and keep power, right? Like, it's the same thing as like, I believe that we could, as a society, we should have been able to cure cancer, right? But how would the Cancer Society uh, 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 lobby for billions of dollars if there was a cure? You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
so that's what we live in.
Man, I grew up in Atlanta, right? So we had the
Yeah.
headquarters, the Cancer Society headquarters is there. Uh,
Okay.
and they have a beautiful building that they own right next to
Right.
Centennial Park, right downtown, prime real estate. Uh, if they were to actually cure cancer, that organization loses all its money. All those people lose their job. I
Right.
remember when they got the new CEO in. He was,
Right.
and this is like a decade ago, and he was making 5 million a year liquid.
Mm,
So all that money would go away, and like the Susan B. Anthony,
right.
Susan G. Coleman, that whole
Okay.
organization would lose all this money that they get and everything. And I mean, they will never cure it, never want to cure
Hmm.
it because there's no money in the cure. We we
Right.
we only do things. We Unfortunately we've moved into a society where we only do things if there's a major political issue, a war issue, or a money issue. It's got to be economic. So economics, war,
Right.
and politics are the only reason we achieve great things now. Beyond that, we won't. Also growing up in Atlanta, I remember I was so excited. I think it was around my junior, senior year of high school, where they had Georgia Tech. The students at Georgia Tech had figured out how to teleport.
Right.
Now they teleported. They only teleported I don't even think it was a molecule. I think it was just an atom. But they figured out how to teleport an atom from one space to another space. So of course, in my young, immature mind, I'm thinking by the time I'm 50, they're gonna have that worked out where we can teleport like live beings. You know? Ain't heard shit about that since then. It was big news for like a week, and then you didn't hear nothing else about it, because something that amazing would change society. It would change commerce. It would change. Imagine if you could teleport goods and products from one place to another place. Let's not even say human beings, just products. You have destroyed the entire shipping industry. You've destroyed the entire retail industry, the entire real estate industry have all now been destroyed. So,
and it's strange that you say that, right? Because I just thought of, I've seen this movie, right, about Tesla, right? And he had invented a machine for transporting, right, to be able to do that, right? And then I just read an article that Donald Trump's uncle was the CIA agent that was tasked with monitoring Nikola Tesla, right? And that when they found him dead in his hotel, 36 bags. See, I don't like to get into conspiracy theories, right? I just throw it out there, right? I can't factually say this here, right? But these are just articles that I read, right? That said that Donald Trump's uncle was the agent, the CIA agent that was tasked with monitoring him. And when he died in the hotel, 36 of his bags that had his notes and strolls in, right, turned up missing, right? So when I hear about guys like Elon Musk that done invent that done erupt these think tanks, he has a whole division, right? Like most billionaires have whole divisions on discovering new strolls, Egyptian strolls, right? And you know, so when I see these things and I make the connection, right? I don't like, I said it, I don't like to get into conspiracy theories and all like that. I try to be factual, but you know, I entertain because my eyes tell me, you know, how man has intentionally, right, monopolized information to keep us stagnated and subservient, right? So it's not that far removed from the possibility, you know, that all the way back to Constantine, right? When he, you know, he seen the value of religion, right, in running his empire, right? But Ptolemy wanted to be erupted as a god, right? And this form of control has been filtered down into today, right? And it's not like, you know, they say what, we got 7 billion people on the planet.
8.
Okay, 8 billion, right? To tell me that you are fine with capitalism, right? The problem with the world is that there's too many people, right?
Yeah.
And that the resources that this planet produce is not adequate enough to feed the whole world, right? That's BS.
Oh,
You know,
it's definitely BS. And like the world, the beauty of nature is that nature maintains a balance.
right,
We can see it in the animal kingdom how nature will make sure that if there's not enough food for the lion, then the lion won't have babies that year. If there's
Right.
if there's a bounty of food, and so it all trails. Like if there's a drought, then there's not enough antelope, so then the lions don't have babies that year because there's not enough. Then when it's not a drought, the antelope population grows, so then the lion population grows. Nature keeps it. Like, man can circumvent nature, but there's enough food on the planet to feed the entire planet. There's no reason to go without. And there was another thing about when I was talking about transport. What I said when you
transporting.
When you teleport, there's another aspect of it that lends into what somebody said in Facebook. But teleportation, I was going to take that a little bit further. And this also happens in the medical industry. And yes, teleportation, Sherry, teleportation would destroy the travel industry as well. But there's another aspect of teleportation and that feeds into the medical science as well. The more we know about the human body, the more we can understand about the human body, the more it will take away from this whole God perspective. If you could, if you allow for teleportation of a human body, then that means we would understand how to break the human body down to its atomic structure and reorganize that body back into a brand new body. Right? Medically, that would mean that if I can teleport you at a very healthy state, and then you develop an unhealthy condition, I can use that buffer that I have of you from when you were in a healthy state to reorganize your body back into a healthy state. So then you would basically have the power of, it would be a pseudo resurrection, right? So you resurrected your body back into the state when it was healthy. If we can cure every disease, then people would not need to pray. People would not need God at all when it comes to their medical situations, because we would be able to cure every disease. So why would you be why there would be no, I got to go pray for Uncle John who in the hospital. You ain't doing that no more. Don't need it. So the religious industry would not allow for some of those inventions to come out, because now at that point they lose power. Because why would I go to the church if I can if I can remain healthy for my whole life? If I can remain healthy and barring any accidents, why would I need to go to the church? If I've achieved immortality, why would I need to go to the church? Why would I be concerned about a heaven? Because if you got immortality and then the world is feeding the world and people aren't starving and you're only homeless by choice, you're only in starvation by choice, barring mental issues. But if we can kill your mental issues, now everything that puts you on the struggle bus is by choice. And the church has no power, because without suffering, there is no power within the church.
You know, I don't know I don't know too much about it, right? But I hear about these like in Switzerland, they have this machine, right? Where they're trying to duplicate the Big Bang, right? And then that other machine called the hop. I don't know if you're familiar with the heart, right? Yeah. And you very rarely hear any, like you said, no information comes out about these things. Like even after Reagan declared that he was going to start that Star Wars program where they was building these space centers in space, right? We haven't been updated, right? We haven't been kept abreast of these secret, experimental projects, right? And we don't know, right? Because we're not meant to know, to be informed, right? As a society, right? Because even if they do discover certain discoveries, right, that could benefit the society. They're monopolized, right, to keep us, basically in a primitive state, right, chasing our tail, to say, so, like I would back to the original topic, having information available at a fingertip, right, is one of the means that available to us to offset ignorance, right?
Mhm.
Like the internet has made us, was the tool that shot us light years. I mean, I can remember all the way from, what was that, 92K, like 1999, right, with
Yeah.
the threat of the world going to end, right? And then every week after that, there was a different cell phone. First, we had this big headache walkie-talkie phone, right? Now we got this,
With a big bag.
right? So it was amazing to me how technology, in a blink of an eye, right? Infrared and all this here, right? Stuff just like took off, right?
Mhm.
So I know that wasn't accidental. My common sense tell me that wasn't accidental, right? And I can't validate or prove that, the research, like a lot of things that we discover has been accidental. Even fire, the wheel, right? It was accidental. We stumbled across it through trial and error, right? That's just the nature of man, right? And you know, uh, being able to make these discoveries all of sudden, because we just jetted into a whole new dimension with this information age, and to sit back now and disregard that because of religion, right? So
Mhm.
yeah, the struggle, right, between science and religion still wages on, right? And but my thing is to, like, Egyptian society bridged the two, right? They bridged science and spirituality, right? Which was basically the religion. And I think that we should do that. If we promote that type of religion, right, that's the science that, that we could use science, right, to prove, right, and advance, not just to, it amazes me how people could reject science one moment, right, on one hand, right, but then use their cell phone on the next, in the same ways that they deny science and the technological advancement, right? They'll be on the phone or their computer, right? So it's like a double standard that we find comfortable. We take comfort in, right? But it's
Yeah.
really nonsensical. It makes no sense when you really say, Jesus, science have enabled me to do amazing things, right? But you know, my faith is what enabled me to even pick up my phone and be available to me. So it's that struggle, I guess, that's been rooted in us, for the longest times. And I
Yeah.
don't know, like, hopefully, with the advancements, and like even your show, I've been paying attention to you for some time now, right? And you know, you have structured, factual information, right? That if challenged, you open to the challenge, you invite it, right? And it's that forum that we need to, you know, be in, instead of just, want to talk just because we got lips. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? That, like,
I,
people just want to come on and, have a discussion, right? But no, I'm here listening to learn something and, you know, get some type of solace and peace where I could, do something, all these years and years of being, in doubt and trying to figure it out. No, I invite the information. So I really appreciate your show. It's a great thing, man. I really do, and I just don't say that lightly. I
I
don't.
appreciate it.
You,
I don't take it
yeah,
lightly. I don't take it lightly.
yeah,
And you've made a lot of good points. Uh, that you've made a lot of good points. I mean, I'm trying to remember all of them, but
right.
we don't hear. You won't hear a lot about an invention really until the government and the church have figured out a way that they can still maintain some level of control and power over it. Uh, like when I first went into the Marine Corps back in '90, I
Okay.
was introduced to what would become the internet at that time frame.
Okay.
So, and it was something that the military and the government and certain colleges had already had since like the 1960s, which
Hmm.
we would call that today a intranet, which is a
Right.
closed loop. Is an intranet is just basically a closed loop internet. So it means that these 10 colleges have agreed to share their servers to be able to connect with one another. The
Okay.
Marine Corps, the military, we shared our connections of our networks to be able to function with each other. So when I first
Right.
came into the Marine Corps, we already had an intranet. Uh, then it wasn't until about 5 years later, 4 or 5 years later, that it was open to the world. But it became open to the world when they had already established a way of controlling the system to a certain point. Now, you're
Mm.
right. That system allowed for knowledge to be shared at such a high level because
Mm.
the intranet had already reached its ceiling at that time frame.
Hmm.
About 92, around 91,
Okay.
92, it had reached its ceiling of
All
what it was
right.
able to produce. And they realized we need to be able to access even more information, even more computer power. Um,
Mm.
so it got opened up to the whole world. But
Hmm.
by that time, we had the ability to control it. Secret socket layer had been created, so we
Mm.
were able to control information to make sure it didn't get stolen and to protect it. And so they released it to everybody. So just like with
Right.
CERN is the people you're talking about in Switzerland. So just like
Right.
with CERN, the last thing I heard from CERN is that we've known how to do nuclear fission since the
Hmm.
1920s, 1930s. We've known how to do nuclear fission. We just
Right.
couldn't control the power output of it. What
Mm.
CERN did maybe a couple of years ago is figure
Hmm.
out how to do it without blowing themselves up. They
Okay.
say that they don't know how to distribute that energy though, so that it could
Right.
be used to power a city and things of that nature, right? So we're
Right.
still kind of we won't see that yet. Not until they get to a point where they can say, okay, we can distribute this energy, but how can we control it so that we can still get money off this and
Mm.
not let it be, as Tesla was trying to create, a
Right.
free energy source, which is what
And
some
not to
people.
interrupt you, that remind me of okay. What's his name? Um, um, the energy. What's his name? Con Edison, right? Con Edison's statement, Raymond's statement was that if it didn't have a meter on it, I didn't have no use for it.
Yeah,
And that's what it basically capitalism dictates that.
yeah,
They
that's
have to develop like I argue that with like the marijuana the legalizing of marijuana for years, right? Marijuana was not legal, right? There was the excuse that it was a gateway drug and whatnot until they were able to find a way to license it and tax it, right? Uh, and it's the same thing with clean energy, solar energy, right? Until they can monopolize a system, a capitalistic system of controlling it, where they could make billions of dollars, like Tesla wanted to give it away free. That's not the American way.
no, it's not. And Tesla based his design off of the Great Pyramids in Giza because he recognized that the Nile River used to be right up against those pyramids, and it had the
Right.
aqueduct right up under it and that sort of thing. And that's why he did it in Niagara. because that was a perfect place to recreate that ancient technology that he believed was that ancient technology. And by him being able to do it, it led to a lot of people looking at the pyramids and saying that, oh, if he modeled it after these pyramids and these are the results, then it increased the probability of that's what they were utilizing, which then explains some of the drawings that they couldn't explain before. And it explains why there's no ancient soot inside of the pyramids. There's not enough air that flows to actually even have a fire inside of the pyramids. So it was like, but they know people had to be in there, and they knew what it used to be made out of, what the covering of it used to be, and so on and so forth. And the kingdom, the tomb where the sarcophagus is supposed to be, they're like, well, that's not a big sarcophagus. It doesn't have any drawings around it. So what the hell is this? And so Tesla's design looked just like it. It was like, oh shit, they might have had free energy back then, right? Free flowing energy. And the obelisk, that's what the obelisk was, a receiver for that free energy, is what some of them have theorized what it could be. But until they figure out how to control, and basically, like you said, how Thomas did, put a meter on that energy, then we're not going to see it being utilized as far as people are concerned. And this is, as far as weed, I don't think we're going to see the federal government give up weed, take weed off Schedule A until big tobacco is ready to start their engine on weed. When big tobacco can do it, that's when we'll see it come off Schedule A. Because if weed comes off Schedule A, big tobacco is being hurt even more so than they're being hurt right now, because the generation, like those 30-year-olds and below, they are more likely to smoke weed than they are to smoke cigarettes.
Okay.
And so if they don't, so I think that shift is going to come real soon, because as the Gen Xers and baby boomers die off, even though them jokers smoke weed like a champ too, there's more of them who smoke cigarettes than who smoke weed. So the big tobacco is going to have to flip into the weed industry, and that's when it'll come up.
But you know, like the same argument could be addressed to solar energy, right? Now they're making this claim that it's more expensive but I mean, you got that old, you know, Eastern establishment power base, right? Who control the oil industry, right? And you know, they've been sufficient with that. And to transition to, you know, solar energy, you know, like you said, they're not willing to give that up, right? To implement a whole new, you know, energy system, which is cheaper, right? Which would definitely be cheaper and affordable, because, you know, it'll be the equivalent of what they're doing with water, you know, selling water now, right? And air is next, and, you know, sunlight, you know, and that's the thing, figuring out how to market it, you know, to the public is the only way they're going to promote it, you know? So, yeah, you know, weed is, I guess, in next, 10, 15 years, right, will probably be totally commercialized, and, you know, be sold like cigarettes in the grocery stores.
Oh, I definitely agree with that one. And
You know,
what's crazy is that they do lie about solar power. I had solar power on my house in Florida, and I actually used to get a check from the power company because the way it was set up and I don't know if it's set up this way everywhere, but the way it was set up in Tampa, if I didn't use all the energy and my batteries my batteries was full, it would send energy back to the power company.
Right. That was my understanding of it. Yeah.
And I would get this little $80 check or this 100. I think the biggest check I got was like $130 something. But I would get these every now and then, especially, you know, for about 7 months out the year, I would get a check back
Okay.
So, and that house with those solar panels, it paid for itself in my savings from power bills and from
Right.
little return checks. It paid for itself in like 7 years.
And that
So
was my understanding of it. That
yeah.
it's recyclable and that you could sell it back to the power company, right? And
Mhm.
just the idea that, you know, should have been grounds to expand upon it and develop it, right? But that would, make us more, a
Mhm.
little bit more efficient and self-reliant, right, on nature as opposed to, uh, you know, the industries of man that, they claim that the labor is what drives up the price and to produce it and whatnot. So yeah, I always was like question that why has it been this big pushback on, developing so like, I hear little stuff about it, but then when it comes to giving out government contracts in development, like they do with these windmills, like Obama, they put him in, they put up these windmills, right? And that gained a little momentum for a while, right? And then all of a sudden, Trump came in and he reopened up the oil fields in Oklahoma and these Indian reservations, and we went back, right, to fossil fuel, right? But yeah, I it's definitely uh goes back to what Tesla, what I mean Con Edison said. They got to be able to commercially meteorize it where they could, produce it and give it to the market as a utility. You know.
But let me, Miss Fifi been waiting very patiently. Let me let her get on here for.
Okay, go ahead. I talk to you again.
I appreciate you, man. Definitely talk to
All
you
right.
again. All right,
All right. Peace out.
he's out. I just realized he was saying Con Edison. I thought he was just saying Tom Edison. He was saying Con Edison. And Edison was a con man. Now, I ain't gonna talk about them windmills because y'all ain't gonna like me for the windmills. Because the research I've done on windmills so far, them windmills is a fucking scam. From what I've done so far, I still could be wrong, but uh, I gotta do research on it. Miss Fifi, hello, Miss Fifi. Now I know she ain't just been hitting me by accident. Now that's what Sherry does. She does it by accident. Miss Fifi, did you do it by accident? I think Miss Fifi was by accident. Oh, I thought she was doing it on purpose all this time. Usually that's Sherry's calling card. Sherry is usually the accident one. I guess Miss Fifi did one. Science proved what's right and wrong, hence religion, hatred towards it. I would agree with you 100% on that one. You said he sounded like Jadakiss. Goliath is a lie. Damn sure is. The whole Goliath story is a fabricated story. It's definitely a fabricated story. Uh, in order to improve the way this king hit to romanticize David as this hero for these people. Coach, have you ever heard of a Balearic slingers? As in stone slingers hired by the Romans during the Carthaginian War, they were from one of the Greek islands of the Mediterranean. Just kind of interesting to me. I've never heard of any that particular group of slingers, but what I do know about slingers is that there were some bad motherfuckers. They were the short range artillery before catapults and what's the I forgot the one that shoots the big bolts of arrows. I forgot what that's called. And I should know because I played this game called Rome Total War. Uh, Rome Total War is pretty cool, but slingers in Rome Total War, they kind of suck. As long as you can keep them running away from the enemy and just pelting them motherfuckers, slingers are pretty good people to have on your team. when we talked about Joshua and when it was attacking the Benjamites for killing that in Joshua 19, and you go through 20 and 21, them slingers was fucking up the Israelites, because a slinger, no, not archers. Archers are great in Rome Total War. I take some archers and I'll tear somebody up in Rome Total War. Put them behind some solid troops and I eat you up. But no, it's a big ass catapult looking. It's like a big giant bow, and it shoots these like 10 feet long arrows at people. Like, that shit's devastating. But anyway, I can see why they use David as a slinger in this story, because slingers can devastate you from a distance. And this is why in the other videos that I did about David versus Goliath, David actually had an advantage over Goliath, because one slinger against one armed troop, the slinger should win. As long as they keep their distance, the slinger should win in that one, win that battle. But the story still is not a true story. The story is still a fabricated story. But yeah, I would never. When I was in Israel, I saw a dude he practicing doing slinging, and that motherfucker, it was devastating. It was devastating. I give that credit. You got me on speaker, Vincent. Vincent.
Hello?
Yeah.
Man. You know what
wait.
From that story, though?
Hold on one second, Vincent. So Fred, yesterday in our conversation, our text conversation, critical crime thinking, what the hell does that mean? If you have the ability to explain it. All right, go ahead. Vincent, go ahead.
Oh.
I already know you were.
No. From that David and Goliath story, I feel it's really an allegory.
I'm gonna say it's propaganda, but why do you say it's an allegory?
Because of my own personal experience, I have had fights with bigger dudes.
Okay, how much bigger?
Shit, damn near 100.
100 pounds?
Damn near.
Okay, so that's feasible, but when you compare this David and Goliath story, that's more applicable than what most of these pastors apply it to. They'll apply David and Goliath story to your credit card debt. But in reality, let's say Mayweather got in the ring with Tyson. You think Mayweather got a chance in hell against Tyson?
I do.
Man, boy. Are you serious?
Man, I had a concussion in the fight and jump back.
Hold on.
And go crack.
I don't. Are you a true boxing fan?
No.
Okay.
Not a boxing fan. I'm just talking about like from the street fights.
Okay. So
I didn't got concussion in a squabble and snap right back and get in and do my shit.
Okay, so let me give you Mayweather, who is probably all of $140. Tyson and his prime was like what, 225, 230. There ain't no way in hell, and that's not even. It's more than just the weight, the skill set. Mayweather's punches ain't gonna do shit to Tyson. Tyson, one punch from Tyson, Mayweather is out, not concussed. His ass is out. Not all.
Mayweather is like a cat. He's like a cat in the ring.
You ain't seen Tyson in his prime, bro.
Didn't see that too.
You sure? Because there ain't no way.
When Tyson get in tight, Tyson gotta get in tight to tear somebody up. Mayweather is gonna dance around that shit. He's not gonna get in tight with him. You already know that's not gonna happen. He's not gonna get in tight with Tyson.
It is absolutely okay. One of the first things that I was taught in boxing is not expect, not believe, but to know that you're gonna get hit. You gonna get hit. You may be able to dance for a round, maybe a second round, but there's no way you're not ever going to get hit. And in order for Mayweather to hit Tyson, he got to come in there. And Tyson is like them videos where they be like, "I'm fast as fuck, boy," because Tyson is fast as hell.
But you know what Mayweather's gonna do? Mayweather's gonna dance with his ass until he get him tired.
And Tyson will cut them angles off.
Mayweather ain't gonna. He don't want to go in on him. So Mayweather's gonna dance around his ass until he gets tired. And then he's gonna show up his ass.
Tyson ain't gonna get tired. you prime Tyson is not getting tired.
You know what I'm talking about, man.
Your ass is still look. Your ass is still concussed, bro. Oh, nobody is going to believe, and no one will ever accept that Tyson would not beat all the hells out of Mayweather. Okay, Mayweather don't stand a chance. But
now Tyson's prime, he was demolished Mayweather.
That's what I said.
Yeah, his prime, he was demolished.
I said in his prime.
Oh, I thought you talking about that.
No, Tyson in his prime.
His prime, he is demolished.
He going exactly.
Like a black belt, what are you? You a Marine?
Yeah.
Like a Marine, real quick, real fast. No waste, no time.
Yeah. Like them black belts, they suck. You're a performance fighter. You're not even a fighter. You're just a performer. But them guys, okay, thank you. Because I was gonna go straight into the subject, but you said that. I was like, hell no, we gotta stick to this for a second. All right, but you are in agreement. Tyson in his prime beats the shit out of.
You like me. I'm getting to you.
I was gonna say, God damn. So let me get where was my head at first? So comparing it to and that's a more comparable situation of the David and Goliath story, because you have two people who are trying to achieve the destruction of the other people, right? When you have this story and you try to apply it to anything else, it doesn't apply. Fighting, yes, but you against your credit card debt, that's not a David and Goliath comparison. You against, when people say, oh, your unemployment is your Goliath, no, it's not a Goliath. That's your company making a decision that you have zero control over. You weren't going against your company. You weren't trying to fight against your company. Your ass just got fired for whatever reason, whether it's the company downsized or you just was a sorry employee, right? That's not a Goliath, but that's how they utilize it in this church. They utilize it for mental issues. Oh, the sickness that you've been dealing with, that's your Goliath. And with God's help, you can overcome it. No, you need to take your ass to the doctor. You need to start eating right. You need to start exercising. You need to eat superfoods. That is not a David and Goliath comparison. So when I look at the story, I just see it as propaganda of them trying to elevate this King David into something that he never was, in order to glorify their kingdom. Because the more glory the king had, then the more glory the kingdom had, then the more glory the people of that kingdom will have. So it's just a bullshit story. I don't see how other than fighting in a war, is not allegorical at all. And even when they burnt the boats in the Trojan War, it was, they had an impregnable, what they believed to be an impregnable wall and the wall was very substantial. So we got to overcome this big ass wall that the Trojans put up in order for us to defeat this enemy. And like, so that David and Goliath type of storyline has been told over and over and over again. So yeah, many people use it, but it's always been used in some type of war type situation or battle situation.
So you read the Gita, right?
I read the what?
The Gita.
Oh, the Bhagavad Gita?
Yeah.
I read it a long time ago. They have stories like that.
It's very similar.
Yeah.
I think like from a lot of cultures, it is a way of people building people up.
Exactly. Because I think in the Bhagavad Gita, I think it's the Bhagavad Gita where you got this story about some hero who fights. Is it a white dragon or a white demon, serpent, something shit like that? Is that in the Bhagavad Gita? Is that the one?
Man, my memory is not that good, especially not right now. I can't even tell you. But I read it before.
Yeah.
I read the Upanishads, I read the Vedas, I read a lot of Buddhist stuff too. So yeah, I read a lot of things, but my memory is not that sharp.
Yeah, there's a lot of those type stories, and that's one of the things I was saying. I said in the earlier part of this live is that if you research any culture, you're going to find a similar David and Goliath style story where there's a hero who should not win, goes up against some type of enemy, and they defeat that enemy. Right? So it's a feel-good story. You know, you can always use it as a feel-good story. But the way pastors use it today is in violation of the aspects of the story. Because they got people out here thinking that every goddamn problem they have is they Goliath. And it's not. Most of these problems are easily solved. You just have to make better decisions.
Well, it's crazy. I was expensive kid growing up.
Use a what kid?
I'm expensive. Like I go to churches, I see them singing and doing all that stuff, and I was like, that shit is boring to me. Like it doesn't make no sense. Like I want to know what y'all talking about. Like what's the real knowledge?
Oh, they ain't gonna tell you that. They ain't gonna tell you. And I would tell you that half the people in the church who are teaching, half the people who are teaching in the church, if you were to bring to them the discrepancies within this David and Goliath story, that either they've never read it, nor they've never contemplated it, and then they will try to figure out a way to justify it. Kind of like I don't know if he was on here when I had the little young caller on earlier, trying to justify it by switching the subject matter and saying that everything that God writes is perfect and true. But everything can't be perfect and true if there are discrepancies within the story. And then it doesn't match up with history. It's the other part.
All right, Coach. I got one you what you coach.
What's that?
What do you do when you go to the funerals and you talk shit to these motherfuckers? How did that go?
What? You go to the funeral and talk trash?
You know, goddamn well you've been at funerals. Hold on, I still got the lingo. Goddamn well, you know, goddamn well you've been at them funerals and you didn't talk to these people. and then guess what? What they do? They tuck their tail, right?
I don't do that. I've never done it.
Oh, you ignorant as me.
No, I don't. I don't. Even when I hear some dumb shit at a funeral, I leave it alone. I know these people are in mourning. Like when you got the old drug dealing, violent motherfucker, and you know put wings of heaven on this motherfucker, and you start talking about they in a better place now, and that they are actually in heaven now. I just what do they say in Madagascar? Just smile and wave, boys. Just smile and wave.
Hey, what's the thing called after the funeral? It's called the what's it called?
Oh, the repast.
The repast. I confronted one of them at repast. That nigga ran from me.
I just
he hold on.
I smile and wave. I smile and wave.
He had the super perm. He had the super perm. He said it was super slick. And then, mind you, I'm in LA.
Nah. You different. You different.
I'm a beast.
Even when I've spoken.
I told you.
I told
you what I said.
The last funeral I was at, I spoke at that funeral, and even though I'm in a church, and you know, the people like my wife said, I probably felt like I was about to burst into flames for being inside of a church. You remember in Vampire in Brooklyn when he was in the church and he would start burning? But I don't feel like that. She just be cracking jokes on me. I was in the church. This was one of my best friends. She had passed away. This is the one I don't know if you ever heard me say, like her last months of passing with pancreatic cancer. She stayed at my house. So, you know, this was my girl here. And even there, I refrained from any of the. I still refrain from the bullshit. I just talked about the person that she always demonstrated to me, the depth of our friendship, and what we meant for people, and that's it. And I didn't even go to the repast because I was like, no. I loved up on her sister and her nieces and her nephews, and I left. I went on about my business.
It's crazy that we operate in this lifestyle that we like really like outside, like we ain't outsiders, but at the same time we are. It's kind of weird.
I mean, we are, but I always think there's a time and place for everything. So I'm not going to, when people are mourning, which I always thought was weird. Did I mourn my grandfather? Yes. Did I mourn my grandmother? I did. But after that, I started to recognize that why am I mourning people instead of celebrating the life that they lived? So yeah, I'm gonna feel something when my mom passed or my aunts passed. I'm gonna feel something when my brother and my sisters pass. I'm gonna feel something, but I'm not gonna go into this depressive mourning state. Nor am I gonna believe in this silly little sky daddy shit that they go into some heaven or hell or some shit like that either.
Yeah, and truth is, like in my family, like I'll tell you a little bit about me, but I ain't tell you about it. But my family's from Louisiana. So in Louisiana, when people die, they celebrate.
Yeah, that shit, them parades be on point.
Yeah, they celebrate.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't supposed to die and mourn.
Yeah.
You know?
And I know this may sound morbid to some people, but one of my time frames I was in New Orleans, I was lucky enough that there was a funeral going on. And shit, I joined in. I don't even know the motherfucker, but I joined in because they was having a good time.
Hey.
And I know they were all Christian and shit, but I didn't care. I was just like, shit, we got the horns playing and everything. Now I did leave.
Got the band going.
Yeah. Now once they started playing that Zydeco shit, I left. I was like, I don't hear that shit.
You like the Zydeco music?
I can't stand Zydeco music.
It's one of them songs my mama used to play. When I find it, I'm gonna save it. I gotta find one of them motherfuckers. It's one of them. I'm gonna find it.
Dude, there are very few forms of music that I don't like, and Zydeco is one of them. Zydeco and jungle music and that hard, what they call the hard rock music out of Seattle? Grunge. Can't stand none of those three forms of music. I can't stand.
Can you listen to death music? Death metal?
Oh yeah, sorry, no, and death metal. No. I can listen to metal. I can listen to metal.
Listen to it.
I can listen to metal, but not death metal.
I can listen to death metal, which is crazy.
It's too much. It's too much. Sensory overload. Sensory overload.
All right, get back to the subject.
Yeah. Yeah, get back to the subject so that we don't keep too many people waiting. But back to the subject matter of this David and Goliath story. So what do you think about the fact that, let's see, what's one of my issues with this story that we haven't dealt with? What about the fact that the type of armament that they described Goliath as having was 5th century armament and not 10th century or 11th century armor? Like when they described his helmet and his shield and all that sort of thing, that's not something that he would have had in the 10th or 11th century. So what are your thoughts on that?
Hey, I'm gonna jump up.
Huh?
I'm gonna jump up.
I think I give you a hard one. The other ones are simple. I think I give you a hard
No,
one.
I don't know nothing about that stuff. That's mythological stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it demonstrates that the writers that they were editing this book still in the 5th century, since they gave Goliath armament that would be befitting of their time frame and not the time frame that the event supposedly happens, which demonstrates that the story is a propaganda story. Because David would have been in the Iron Age. So why does this dude is walking around with Copper Age armament?
Only thing I want to know about David is this. Why are you looking at a woman showering and you ain't taking her down? I don't understand. It's very confusing. Why did you put it in the book? It has to be put in the book that you're looking at a woman doing what she's doing, and then you have to take her down. Like, it has to be written down. It really has to be written down that you was honoring a woman that's looking beautiful and all the above. Like, and then God allegedly gave you all these other women, all these other women that's supposed to do things, but this one took you off your shit. That makes no fucking sense to me.
Now, let me make it. I'm gonna make it make sense to you. I'm gonna play devil's advocate for you.
Man, hold on, man.
Hold on.
I don't know where you're coming from.
Hold on.
I don't know your playbook.
Hold on. You know that dude that's in your friend group who seemed like he got everything, and he got a fine ass wife. She beautiful, because it's different between being fine and being beautiful. But so she pretty in the face and she got a banging ass body.
And mind you, I love Kitty Cat.
Right.
I love it.
And she does everything for him.
I've never been married.
Come on now, hold on. Let me finish. She takes care of him. You know, she cooks, she cleans, shit. She bring in a check. She, you know, she's always respectful. If she got a problem with him, she'll never like embarrass him in public. Great woman, right? Like the one that every other dude wish they had. But that motherfucker see another woman that look good, and he still go and cheat on her. You know that dude, right? You know a dude like that, right? Or you that dude. Vincent, I know you hear me.
Huh?
You just heard the description.
I'll let you talk your shit. I'll listen for a minute. I'll let you talk your shit.
Right, but you know that dude that got a woman that every other man want. But she is on point in almost every category. But that dude still go and cheat on her, right?
Okay, so what are you talking about?
That's David. I'm not trying to trap you.
Hold on. You talking about one of your homies that you know that got everything cracking. Their whole shit is solid, but they still got a bitch on the side.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yes, let's not call women that, but yes. Yes. He still got to have that side chick, or if he see another girl that looked good, you know, he went to the festival and she was shaking it, he got to have it. He still go after it. That's David. He insatiable. Got to have everything. Got to have whatever he wants, because most scholars think that David was probably, if he existed, he was probably some warlord who conquered and became the king of the Israelites, right? And that mentality is greedy. That mentality is insatiable. They function off of their ego, really off their id, not their ego. They function off their id, and they gotta have everything and everybody, whatever makes them, whatever the flavor of the month is. So when he saw Bathsheba bathing on the top of her roof, which is a common thing for their time, for people at that time frame.
So did they get water on top of the roof?
Buckets, man, buckets and pulleys. And you got to think,
Really?
yeah,
They don't shower on top of the roof.
yeah, that was a common thing. It was a common thing to have dinner on the roof, to bathe on the roof. Like there, if you ever go see an ancient,
study all this shit.
huh?
You study all this shit for real?
Yeah. So like, and some of it I've just seen as well. So an ancient Israelite house, for a common house, was you had the main floor of the house, where you had a basement where the small animals were, and this is your mangers, and this is where you kept them at when it's cold at night or at night period. Then you had the main floor of the house. This is where your bedrooms and some of your preparation areas were and all that stuff, your living room, your common area. And then on the roof, you would use the roof of your house. You would bathe and you would eat or just chill. That was your chill spot. Yeah. Like
that's above, was this above ground level or below?
No, what do you mean? The roof would be above level.
I know sometimes the Christian shit, they do a lot of shit below the level. You know how they like to dig into the ground and make they tunnels and shit.
Oh no, these would be, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. These would be above level housing. Yeah.
Because they do know how to dig. Them motherfuckers know how to dig.
Yeah, these are above level houses, and so bathing on your rooftop in the warmer months would be a common thing to do. So when he saw this Hittite woman bathing on her rooftop, and then plus she's a Hittite, so she's not an Israelite. And as we can tell throughout this Bible, them Israelite men, they love them some other ites. They love to get that strange pum pum from them other ethnic groups.
You smart as fuck. You know a lot of shit.
So I've forgotten more than I know.
How do they build these tunnels? And how do they make these very monumental shit just out of the earth? Like I don't know if you looked into that, but if you do know it, if you don't know it, I just wonder. I'm just concerned. Like it's kind of interesting when I look into this history and I start to dig deep.
I mean, they had shovels and axe, and they had the basic tools that we still have today. They had those back then. So there's no difference. Some of the basic tools they still had. It took a lot more labor to do it, but they still dug with shovels. They broke stones with axe and hammers and things of that nature. And then they still had chisels. And
but what about the things they put underground?
Yeah, they just dug underground. Yeah, most of that was for safety. Like the biggest one I think the biggest one we've seen is the one in Turkey, where it's like a whole underground city. So those were built in order, because when they were being invaded, it was a place for them to hide. And multiple cultures have utilized those tunnels, and the ones in Turkey, I forgot what they're called. And yeah, like Brian has said, they use gravity for plumbing. And then if the water was below, they would use like a bamboo wheel to water things up top. Yeah, I mean, the people were inventive for the purpose of what they were doing. Necessity is the mother of invention. So somebody will figure it out. But let this other person get up here, man.
Go on, man. I'm just trying to let you sprinkle something on some people.
I understand. I appreciate it.
Go, man.
All right, Vince.
Peace and love.
Peace and love. This is funny. Let's see. I think he was near Nitsy Bitsy. Perhaps it was raining. Hey man, naked on a rooftop is that's a thing. I need it. Trust me. Give me some land. Only because of city codes and shit. Only because of city codes is the only thing that keeps me from walking out on my back porch naked. But give me some land, naked time. Okay, these TikTokers be hitting this shit by accident, I guess. I had 3 people in the waiting room, and all 3 of them went away. Oh, you what? Yeah, okay. He's saying he wasn't trying to join. Gotcha. Appreciate it. Yeah. My phone is about that sensitive as well. Brian said he want to build a shower on his roof now. I would tell you, clothing is such a restrictive thing. I ain't mad at Bathsheba for bathing on her rooftop naked. One, it was a common thing for them to do. So she's not wrong for any of it. But then they have to sleep with this man because he's the king. And see, that's the mentality. Imagine if we still, and that mentality lasted all the way through the Victorian age, you know, where if a king wanted to sleep with your woman, he could. There was a law in England. I forgot what the law is called. I think it's called first rights or first dibs. It's not first dibs, but it was called first something. But there was a law where the king or the feudal lord or the duke or whoever was in charge of that land that you was farming on, and you were under their protection, they could bang your fiance before you. This fool. Prince, we should go on a nudist retreat. So, oh, thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the roses. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Smell good. Smell good. First dibs as well. Who I want to go on a nudist retreat? Put a 1 in the comment. Y'all want to go on a nudist retreat? Why is it gonna be all dudes? It's gonna be all dudes, guarantee it. Right. And some areas, clothing is not a huge deal. Like, you know, you go to some of these tribes, whether in South America or Central America, North America, Africa, Australia, a women's breast wasn't seen as sexual objects. They weren't sexualized. So women being topless wasn't a big deal. It's only when Westerners got there, it's like, oh my gosh, you got to cover that up. I see ain't none of y'all putting a 1 in the comments right now. Ain't that? Oh, let me get y'all started. How many y'all want to go to a nudist colony? Go to a nudist retreat. There's one in Georgia. There's a nudist one in Georgia. There's plenty of them in Florida. There's a nude beach in Florida near Miami. There's a nude rock beach up at Lake Travis. Here in Austin, Texas. I'm sure there's plenty of them. See, I know. See, I told you there's gonna be dudes who'll put a 1 in the comment. Just me and Prince. Robin Bridges. What? I didn't know Black Americans are nudists. Hell yeah. Yeah. Matter of fact, so Spaz Daz, when I went to Hippie Hollow recently, there were black people. I mean, it was mostly Spanish people and white people, but there were black people there at Hippie Hollow. And nobody is disrespectful. Everybody just enjoying themselves. How all y'all know about Hippie Hollow? Notice the Rook said, take them. Hippie Hollow ain't saying they going. Take them. You say you go to nudist beaches in France? Yep, I've been to one in France, been to some in Spain. There's a couple, 2 or 3 nudist beaches in South Africa. Didn't know that. Didn't know that. Yeah, no, it's cool. This is the American colonized mind. The American colonized mind says that you cannot go to a nude beach and just chill, right? Like there's one in San Pedro Island, but you got to have a truck or a Jeep to get to it because you got to drive on the beach. And if you ain't got a truck or a Jeep on that beach, then you ain't gonna make it far. That's why Corpus Christi, I like the fact that I can drive my Mustang on that beach. Can't drive that damn Mustang in San Pedro Island on that beach. Hell no. There's too many soft spots. But this shows the Western colonized mind, the fact that we only sexualize the human body. Like me and my wife was talking about the fact that if a woman goes to a beach and she's wearing her bikini, she struts, she walks, she plays, she doesn't even think about it. But if a woman is stripped down to her panties and bra and she's in the city, she's trying to cover everything up. She's like, oh. The panty and bra in most cases cover up about the same as a bikini. So what's the freaking difference? All right? Why do we freak out because there's a place, because of where you are? Like it's no, I've never understood that. Here comes Vincent again. I've never understood that. It doesn't make any sense to me. Vincent, what the hell you want?
What's up?
What you want?
Hey, for real, like, when it comes to this luxury talk,
This is what
like, that's something you should, like, call your shit on at the end. Like, you should let these people know that there's a beautiful side at the end of this shit. And give them the beautiful shit, because I just heard you saying something very beautiful.
What's that?
That was kind of the timing might have been a little off, but really.
What was I saying?
Everybody want to experience good ass vacations.
Oh,
Outside bullshit.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, so sometimes, you know, maybe if you ever get really creative and do your shit real good, you can make that shit and orchestrate shit, make that shit fly like a motherfucker. I don't know. I'm a very creative person when I be thinking. Make
what real fly? Like going on vacation together?
Yeah, I'm talking about when you talking about the vacations, like illustrate them in the video, so like people would like adapt to this shit better. Because I don't know how many years you got on son of a bitch, but while you here, I want you to see you fly.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, see, the biggest problem so like this weekend we're having our meetup here in San Antonio. I thought, honestly, even though I'm very thrilled that of the number of people who are coming, you know, hell, I would have been thrilled if just one person was coming. It would have been thrilling enough for me. People like Dwayne know when I meet up with people, even if it's just that one person, I'm thrilled. I would be more confident to put things together if people demonstrated that they are willing to put forth the effort. I've been talking about meeting up in San Antonio for about 5-6 months now. And this has been organized for that long. But there's only a few people, like 9, 10, 12 people who are coming. You know, so to put together something bigger, people that made money. You know, like if I said we're gonna do a cruise, because I love cruises, right? I don't know how many people will actually show up. You know, and you gotta block them that shit. You gotta like prepay for or block a whole bunch of time, and if it's not, if the numbers don't meet, then I gotta pay for that. So we might be a long way away from putting together things like that. Am I going live during the meetup? Hell no, I'm not going live during the meetup. Sorry, I just asked a question over there. I ain't going live. Yeah, it should have come. I mean, it sounds like an asshole for that one. No, you should be here. But oh yeah, and for people who live in and around San Antonio who are going to be available to come to meet up with us, I need you to DM me so that when you show up at the hotel, you're not going to be able to get to the pool side where we're going to have most of our meet and greet stuff. So you can be stuck like Chuck in the downstairs. But anyway, so yeah, we'll maybe in the future when the channel will definitely have to be bigger because it's just not big enough right now to put together something like that where I can be confident and enough people are going to show up to something that would wind up costing me. So,
well, you're gonna have to get a trade, man.
Yeah, that's why I generally tell people where I am when I travel to see if we can meet up in those cities. Like I should be finding out within the next day or two that during the time frame that 2 weeks of Christmas and New Year's that I'm going to be coming to the East Coast. So, you know, I let people know when and where I'm going to be. So for right now, that's just how we have to do things. And, you know, we can do meetups. We'll
Cody run from nothing.
Yeah, I'll try some other meetups even after this one. But I'm going to have to see some dedication from the people before anything major gets put together.
So, Coach,
remember
last time we were talking, I asked you about fucking around with sigils and what they call them? You know, you start focusing on energy and stuff.
What about it?
It's like, if I give me a Jesus crucifix right in there, all right? And I meditate on it. Will you show up?
No. Your own emotions will show up, and whatever your emotions manifest and your thoughts manifest, that's what you'll get. And you don't need a cross or nothing in order to do that. You can manifest whatever images that you want to manifest.
Well, what if I really do it and it was really like really intense? Like the dream I had was like really intense.
Then you just got intense emotions. Like all that comes from you. There's nothing outside of you. When it comes to like dreams and visions and all that sort of thing. The only part, and then so let me correct that a little bit. The only part that comes from outside of you is what you've been normalized into seeing and thinking. So if a person has a cross and they go into a meditative state or they have a dream, the images that you see are images that have been surrounding you your whole life. So if you see some long-haired hippie-looking Jesus, whether they black, brown, or white, it's because that's what you've seen all the time.
That you sound like Gods of America movie.
I sound like what? You're muffled.
The Gods of America movie.
God.
TV show.
Oh, American Gods.
Yeah, there we go. You sound like that TV show.
I mean, it makes a good point. I've seen the show. It makes a good point that the only reason that gods exist is because people have created them in their own minds, because people believe in them. Without the belief, the God has no power. Because if everybody in the world who is Christian stop believing in Jesus, stop believing in Christianity, then that God, that ideal of that God then has no power, because no one is basing their life or their decisions off of that God and that belief. And everything that happens on this planet is based on decisions that people make.
So I know you are atheist.
Mm-hmm.
And I told you I'm like a pantheist or atheist.
Pantheist.
Somewhere in between mine.
Uh-huh.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're a pantheist.
Or an MS. So look, I'm gonna make me an author right now, right?
Uh-huh.
And like put everything on my author.
Mm-hmm.
For a particular person.
Okay.
Or a being or deity or the above.
Okay.
And then do my ritual. And then not only in dream state, but actually in the walking state, I have certain experiences that reflect back to that.
Yeah, because that's where you put your energy. That's where you put your mind, your emotions. Your thoughts and your emotions have been focused on however you think of this deity. And so now, whether you realize it consciously or not, you are creating the emotional responses and the visions and the experiences that you're now having as it concerns that deity.
And that's the same thing that happened with Jesus.
That's the exact same thing that happened with Jesus.
I was just trying to prove a point.
Yeah, it's all your own self, your own mental creations. You make God, not the other way around.
I hope y'all got it. I know. I'm playing devil's advocate too.
Yeah, you just manifesting shit that's inside you. That's it. That's all. Like, if I start focusing, see, this is what happened. If I start focusing on opening up a new business, then my conscious and my subconscious actions and thoughts are going to be focused on that business. So then when I start running into people who could be a benefit to it or have information that I need, or I start to see locations, it's because I'm now focused on that. So that energy connects with other people who are thinking business wise. That energy connects with it leads me to go to places where I'm going to see a location. I'm like, damn, that'll be a good spot, or that might not be a good spot. So now my mind is always thinking about that. And before long, everything is going to move in that direction, because that's where my actions and my thoughts have been moving. And then but the difference is, unlike other people, I'm not going to say, oh, well, God led me to this. No, I've been leading myself this whole damn time. Are you coming to North Carolina? Possibly coming to North Carolina in December. I'll find out in the next couple of days. It'll be New Orleans, DC, Atlanta, and Wilmington. But man, I'm gonna get off this thing with you. Vincent.
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm gonna answer some of these other questions.
What?
Because I'm running out of time.
No, I was just playing devil's advocate, just playing around.
I know.
I know damn well all these Christians don't follow this shit.
Yeah.
They don't ever follow none of this shit. I already know. I ain't even gonna like play around with it. I know they don't follow it. They don't follow it.
All right, Vincent. I'll talk to you later.
All right, man.
Bye. That's crazy. Him and my Viking, boy. So if I find out, I'll find out what's going to happen for those 2 weeks, and it's really about my wife having the time to be able to do it. But if we are taking 2 weeks off from being in San Antonio, that's all 2 weeks off is. We'll be stopping in North Carolina, in Wilmington, Atlanta, one part New Orleans, one part Baton Rouge. We might go to Nashville, maybe, but we'll see. I won't know yet. I'm waiting on some information. It shouldn't cost money to travel. It shouldn't. It shouldn't, but it does. When are you coming to England? When I finish paying off my arrears in child support. When I finish paying them arrears off in child support for those bad business years that I had, then we will be doing a lot more international travel. England will be one only because my wife has never been there. If it wasn't for her, I probably wouldn't come to England. Other than when they have the carnival. You've never been to carnival in England. It's a place. Let me know when you're coming to Louisiana. Okay. Yeah, because I know you're in Louisiana. Well, shit, Sherry, I'm gonna see you this weekend. But yeah, you know, I always let people know when I'm traveling. The last trip I took, none of y'all was on my route. I was very broken up by that. That from San Antonio to Spokane, Washington, that none of y'all lived on my route. On date with my child support. Hey man, that's a good thing to be. But 7, 8 years of struggling business years and making dumb decisions as well. Like if you are paying child support, let me tell you a dumb decision never to make. This is based on my experience. Your child calls and says that, hey dad, I need money for my senior year package. And they need it in the next couple of days. You know that if you send the money through child support, it's not going to reach them in those next couple of days. Tell your child, you should have told me earlier. But because I ain't got enough money to do that, but I got to pay the child support. Pay the fucking child support. Don't give the money directly, because when you give it directly, it is not seen as child support. It is seen as a gift. So every time my children had something and they needed money more immediately, I was giving it directly, and none of that counted as child support. So that went towards the arrearage. And I'm always overly optimistic. So sometimes when I gave it, I was like, okay, I can get this. But you know what? I got a new client that's supposed to start next week, and I got another new client supposed to start, next, at this point and that point. And then them motherfuckers don't start, they delay it. And next thing you know, you can't pay that child support payment. Or you can only pay like a portion of it. And then you stuck like Chuck. So pay that shit. Because otherwise when the kids are wrong, you're sitting up here talking about something, you can't get your damn passport because of that same because you not got behind. So stay on top of that shit. I'm trying to let Black Al come up. You're spinning, man. You're spinning. I'm gonna start talking. I was about to talk about it. Al. Now he froze. Al. Nitsy Bitsy, are you trying to come up on purpose or is it accidental again? Al, you're frozen. I don't know what's going on with yours. You just stuck. Try to come back up, Al. I'm not sure. It might be because of where you're located right now. Yep, we manifest everything we see. Now you're all right. If it's accidental, it's accidental. No problem. That happens a lot.
Hi.
Jose.
Hey.
Are
I'm
you-
32. So.
There you go. Are you a believer?
Yes.
Okay. And believe in what God?
Jesus.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Bible. Yeah.
All right. So what you got for me?
Actually, I wanted to. This is the first time I've been on your channel, but I saw the 4 major problems with David and Goliath story. I haven't heard that before, so I kind of wanted to learn more.
Okay. So to put it in a nutshell, 1 Samuel 17 says that David killed Goliath. 2 Samuel 21 says that Elhanan killed Goliath. Then 1 Chronicles 20 comes back around and tries to correct it and says that Elhanan killed the brother of Goliath. And it's pulling on the fact that in verse 20, I believe 22 of 1 Samuel, it says that David killed Goliath and all his siblings with his servants. So 1 Chronicles tries to retcon the mistake that is made, if you want to say that David did kill Goliath, the mistake that 2 Samuel makes. So that's one of the issues. Another issue is that Goliath's height. In the Septuagint in the Dead Sea Scroll, Goliath is 6'9". In the Hebrew Masoretic text, he's 9'9". I'm cool with 6'9", but 9'9" violates the 3-cube law, which means that a human being's body can never be more than like 8'8", I believe, or 8 foot something. You would never be able to function. A human body just can't be that big. Right? So the Masoretic text has to be wrong. Then the third one is that King Saul in 1 Samuel chapter 16, he already knows David to be his musician and his armor bearer. But in 1 Samuel 17, when David approaches about fighting Goliath, King Saul all of a sudden doesn't know who David is and has to ask his advisors, who is this kid? And then the fourth one is a timeline issues. The first timeline issue is that David parades the head of Goliath around Jerusalem. But at that time frame, the Jebusites were in control of Jerusalem. And it is not until later on that David is the actual one who conquers Jerusalem. But that's when David is king that he conquers Jerusalem. The second timeline issue is that Goliath's armor is 5th century armor. But this story is supposedly taking place in around the 10th or 11th century. At earliest, the 9th century.
Yeah.
So those are.
I was aware of the Masoretic text one. I'm actually curious to learn more, but I lost track of the scripture verses, right? So you said 1 Samuel says the story of David kills Goliath, and the second story was, you said Jonathan?
Elhanan. So in 1 Samuel 17, David kills Goliath. In 2 Samuel, and then another one, 2 Samuel 21.
2 Samuel 21?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry, bear with me. And the days after Carter. Do you have the verse? Sorry.
Which one?
For the second one, Johanan.
I think that is verse 19.
A war of God with the Philistines, Eliam the son of Abraham, the brother of Goliath, is the Gittite, the shot the spear. Well, that was the brother of Goliath.
What version are you reading?
King James version or NKJV. Sorry.
Yeah, the King James version is one of the worst translations ever made.
Which translation
are
you using?
The most updated version of the Bible that most scholars utilize is the New Revised Standard Edition, updated edition. Well, New Revised Standard Version, updated edition. Yeah. Oh, I keep trying. You got a bad connection. All right. I understand, Al. You got a bad connection. That's why you froze. At least you didn't froze looking all crazy though. But yeah, Jose, the King James, if you do research about the King James edition of the Bible, and then look at the rules that King James set up for that translation, and then look up what books he used to translate the Bible, you'll see that although he had better options, he chose like the worst translations to base his book on, and had rules to make sure that certain ideologies were done in there. And he would do things like if a scribe wrote in the columns of a Latin version or the Septuagint, he would add what the scribes wrote in the columns as if it was scripture. So I wouldn't utilize the King James version of it because you have to scrutinize almost every word in the Bible. He's so stupid. Prince stupid. The armor is not a problem because the scripture says he got that at a Goodwill store. Why is the book so special in the U.S.? Because most of the colonists came from England. So they would use that was the most well-known English version of the Bible during the time frame of American colonization. So what you get is that when King James version of the Bible, when those scholars saw that Second Chronicles tried to retcon the story, what they did was go to Second Samuel and add in the word brother of Goliath. But what the New Revised Standard does is that it utilizes the oldest manuscripts and translates it itself instead of translating from the King James. And because because the Septuagint, the Dead Sea Scrolls, none of the older texts in 2 Samuel 2 says that was his brother. So that's why you're not going to find that in the New Revised Standard. Just let me know when you're ready, Jose. I'm just answering other people's questions while you are.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I found the RSV, and I see, like goes back to the Goliath, the Goliath. What is it? I had it right here.
The Gittite?
But I see what you're saying. I saw what you're saying. So did you say that the sources of the RSV are more reliable because where their sources were more accurate? You said.
Yeah. So the RSV. One of the things about the RSV is that they will look and say that, okay, King James says brother, but then they will go to the Septuagint and see that the Septuagint doesn't say brother. It just says that he killed Elhanan the Gittite, which a Gittite is a person from Gath. So they would look at the oldest versions, and if something has been added, they take away what was added. And then they will look at what King James claimed to have utilized. And if they see that he took something that, I said column, but if he took something that was in the margin, which the margins will be what scribes think it should say in there, or what scribes think it should say. And King James would take those marginal scribe writings and put it in there as if it's part of it.
Okay. Yeah, I see. Good. Yeah. Well, we both know, like, I think that, how do you say, a lot of what Samuel's written was like after also he was dead, right?
Yeah.
And then, so yeah, it's like maybe his disciples or you know his students. So writing about David and so maybe putting the heroism around David in the First Samuel, and then but then the later ones say that, you know, so that's like, well, who do we trust? The person who was the earlier one or the later one, right? Because then the later one also has issues, but that's, I don't think that's important. Like, I think I see what you're saying about, because your point is the, like, what's written down, right?
Yeah.
So like I get that.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Wait. Before you go on to something else, let me ask you a question. Because someone has a question for you. So in your King James version, and this is actually a very valid question. Do you have your King James version still open in 2 Samuel?
Yeah.
The phrase "the brother of," is it italicized? Is it in italics?
The brother of John, this is David's brother in verse 9. Oh, yeah, the brother. Yeah, it's italicized. Yeah.
Okay, so when it's italicized, then that indicates that that definitely demonstrates that it was added to the translation of the King James version. That way, it resolves the conflict in the same way that the Book of Chronicles resolves it by saying that he killed his brother. So because it's italicized, anywhere in your King James where it's italicized, know that that was added to the story. And like I said, they added that to try to help out the fact that First Chronicles retcons 2 Samuel to say that it was his brother.
Yeah, I mean, it could. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. Now, okay.
Because also just like shekels, it says 300, but they put italicized shekels, right? I'm not trying to defend it, but like I see like the usage of the italics, right?
Right.
And I get that. So, but and then the part I wanted to go into, because I agree, like it's important to the integrity of how the Bible was composed. But do you believe in God, or the Christian, or a different God?
No.
What, so you're atheist or
yes.
agnostic?
Atheist.
Okay. Yeah, I get that. I think it's good that you preserve truth, and I think like that's pretty interesting because I've never seen that before, and like it's like I like that, so I like to share this stuff with you. But the part that I also want to emphasize on is the spiritual part, right? And maybe if you don't want to respond to this, that's okay, because it's not. It definitely leans on something you haven't experienced, but I mean, how can we validate that something supernatural happens, right? Like, because the supernatural means that it happens in the natural, so you'll see it, the results in the natural. You won't see the invisible be visible, right? You'll see, like, if the tree fell, right? You won't see the person who walked through the bear who knocked down the tree, right? So there's people who try to convince us that they have devices to detect spirits in the house, like a haunting or a poltergeist, right?
Yeah.
And they have different electromagnetic scales to capture voices or movements, IR or stuff like that. So they claim to have caught immaterial intelligence, the way I like to call it, right? So some people just don't care about it and don't want to believe it. What do you think about that? Do you think that that stuff's like made up and is a lie, or
well,
what do you think?
Most of those ghost hunter people their storylines have been debunked multiple times. So their instrumentation carries no weight whatsoever. But as far as things being spiritual, so the story of David and Goliath, as far as it being a spiritual thing of that this thing happened, that God supported David, what evidence is there of that?
Well, they said that they took Goliath's sword, and it was like a really big sword, and they kept it at the temple, but the temple's destroyed. That would be an evidence we could look for, right? Like we could start an expedition and go look for Goliath's sword, but that would be an evidence that there was a Goliath.
Yeah, but at the same time, we can look at the Ark of Titus and see Titus put on the Ark the treasures that he took from the temple. And a sword was never one of the items that were portrayed on Titus's Ark, which certainly there was a big giant sword. I mean, he put on there the golden menorah that he took, but he didn't put a big giant sword. That would be, you would think Titus would have had that on his Ark. And you can go to Rome and see that. But the supernatural aspects of this story are said to be supernatural because the story says so. And that's a closed loop argument. And a closed loop argument is not valid. You know what that means, right?
Yeah, I think so. I'm thinking about it, but yeah.
The thing that happened is claimed to have happened by this God, but it's validated by the thing happening. So David, so it'd be like saying, well, God blessed David, God said that he would give David the victory, and the proof that God said that David would give the victory is because David had the victory. But then David had the victory because God said he would have the victory. So it's like a closed loop, trying to prove it within itself. But you have to have proof outside of that in order to prove a thing.
Sure, and that's valid. Yeah, that's not a very good case, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I do get that. So I don't want to give you one, but there is a couple of things maybe you want to check out because you can't validate it on this live, right? You got to check it out and you judge what it is. But for example, when they were trying to look for the Garden of Eden, hey, they mentioned the Garden of Eden in some region, and they said that there's these different relative resources next to it and so on. And they said it was at the head of 4 rivers, right? Mm-hmm. So I can't remember the names. I had to look for it, but I won't take up too much of your time. But
we have the Euphrates, the
uh-huh.
Tigris, the Pison, and the Gihon. The Gihon.
Yeah. One of those doesn't exist, right? And like, hey, look, see, it doesn't exist. There's something wrong with the Garden of Eden story. And then they do find it actually is a canal that runs through Saudi Arabia, and it's a river. I don't have good geologic vocabulary, but there is actually, I think it was Pishon, that goes west, and it actually does. And we use like, hey, look, Garden of Eden was true, right? Like, okay, but there's no God.
Okay, hold on with that thought process. It says that from the Garden of Eden, those four rivers, they come out of the garden, right? The head of those rivers are out of the Garden of Eden, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, spread out.
Do you know where the head of the Euphrates River is?
No.
It's in Turkey.
Yeah.
Do you know
it's not in Israel. Do you know? The Garden of Eden is in Israel. Yeah.
Right. It's in Turkey, right?
This is like Saudi Arabia, or actually where did Saddam Hussein invade? I forget. Sorry. There's in my work computer, but okay, here. Yeah, Rube, Gihon. Oh, it is Pishon.
Yeah, it's Pishon.
And sorry.
So
Syria. Yeah, it's in Syria. Yeah.
What's the Pishon is in Syria? is what you're saying?
No, the heads of the rivers is in Assyria, and then the Pishon River crosses the Saudi Arabia.
Okay. So the head of the Euphrates River is in eastern Turkey, right? It is created by two other rivers. The head of the Tigris River is also in Turkey, but it comes out of the Taurus Mountains of Turkey from a Lake Hazar. So these two rivers that we know of right now, Tigris and Euphrates, do not come from the same river. It doesn't meet. The Tigris and Euphrates meet and empties into the Persian Gulf, but that's where they meet. That's not the head of the river. But so the Tigris and Euphrates never meet each other until they're in the Persian Gulf, until they meet at the Persian Gulf.
Yeah, no, and you're right, and that's what the Bible says. It's not the head of the river. The river went out of Eden.
Yeah,
that
would be the head of the river.
It becomes four river heads.
Okay.
But so that's like something like from Genesis that wasn't there, and then we discover it's there, right? There's all those the Pishon River is there.
No, but you're missing the point. The rivers don't come out of the same place. They all come out of the two that we know of come out of a different place. So if one starts here, the other one starts here. But according to the story, they come out of the Garden of Eden. So either the Garden of Eden is here or the Garden of Eden is here, because it can't be in both places at the same time.
Yeah, no, let me show you. I can't.
And they don't meet. They flow into the Persian Gulf and they meet at the Persian Gulf.
That's where Eden is, right there where they're conjoined.
No,
at the edge of the Persian Gulf.
Eden has to be where they begin, not where they meet. You understand what I'm saying? If they flow out of this place in that near the Persian Gulf, then that would make sense. But they flow into it. But the Genesis story says that they flow out of the Garden of Eden.
No, that's not what Genesis says, though. I had it wrong because I don't have a good geological vocabulary. It says that they become four riverheads. They parted and become four riverheads. So the riverhead is spread out, but they conjoin at the same place, right? So what you're saying is what the Bible's saying.
No. Okay, let's go to it.
Chapter 2, verse, I guess 10. Yeah, 10.
Okay. A river flowed out of Eden to water the garden, and from there divides and becomes four branches. The first is the Pison, the one that flows around the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. The gold of that land is good. I don't know why they need gold, but some other stones, bdellium and onyx stones, are there. The name of the second river is the Gihon. It is the one that flows around the whole land of Cush. And the name of the third river is the Tigris, which flows east of Assyria. And the fourth river is the Euphrates, right? So it says that the rivers flow out of Eden to water the garden, right? So they would have to flow.
No. There's like one place that they can join. That place where they're conjoined is where Eden is, and then but those four rivers go out, they part away and branch out, like you said.
Right. So I'm with you. I understand what you're thinking. So there would be a river that flows into the Garden of Eden, and then that river would feed the Garden of Eden, and from that point, the four rivers flow out of the Garden of Eden, which still means that the head of all four of these rivers flow out of the Garden of Eden. So
yeah, because it's saying it comes out of Eden to water the garden. So like the garden is a little bit like away from Eden, because there's like a proximity, right? There's like the Eden, then there's the Garden of Eden, and then there's like the trees in the middle. Like there's kind of like layers, right? Actually,
let's illustrate.
sorry.
Let's illustrate.
No, I'm sorry. Go, my baby's crying, so I have to leave. But I'm gonna follow you. Maybe we can talk later, okay? But thanks for your conversation. I appreciate it. I'll let you go now.
Okay, but I'm gonna still illustrate this for you.
For sure. Okay. Bye.
All right. So in case he's still listening, let me explain this. According to the Bible, there's a river that flows into the Garden of Eden, which Eden, the Garden of Eden, is east of Eden, right? I did this backwards because I think y'all see it in reverse. It's fuzzy as shit on this camera. So east of Eden is the garden. There's a river that flows into it. That's Eden. Out of it flows the Gihon, which goes around Cush. There's the other ones that flow out of Eden. This one going to Assyria, and it doesn't really say where the Euphrates and the Tigris go. So out of that point, now what he's saying is that where they meet would be Eden. So since we know the Euphrates and Tigris, so this wouldn't work for a couple of reasons, because the Euphrates and Tigris would then have to flow out of Eden and then meet again where the Persian Gulf starts, right? Because this is what we do know. These two rivers flow into the Persian Gulf, and that's where they empty out. This one that supposedly circles the whole land of Cush, this never reaches into a point where it meets. It doesn't flow out of a point where it meets with the Tigris and the Euphrates as a head, nor does the Gihon. I mean, that's the Gihon. And so this one would be the Pison, or Pison, whatever, Pison. So it's still, there has to be a center point where all the four rivers flow out of, and there's an unknown river that's flowing into it, and this all happens east of Eden. But because we know where these two end up into the Persian Gulf, that means that it has to be above where the Euphrates and the Tigris begin to flow. But the problem is from its northern roots, the Tigris and the Euphrates never meet. They never meet in this northern route. They only meet as they flow southward into the Persian Gulf. So this land, this area, you know what? This could be a whole separate video. This area does not fit. It does not work. There is no Garden of Eden because it doesn't work. Let's see if we can get Al up there now. He got his life together with those sorry ass internet.
Yep, I got my damn hotspot working. Yep.
Good.
But how's your trip coming along, man?
My trip?
Yeah, you saying the get together down there.
Oh, no, it's coming along pretty well. The only thing that's getting on my nerves right now is that the people who are local, ain't none of them try to contact me to let me know that they're where they are. There's only one local person that has my phone. I'm not worried about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wish I can join you, man. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Well,
but
actually,
yeah. Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just thinking there's actually two people who already has my number who will be able to call me if they're in the lobby. But go ahead.
Oh, okay. So yeah, 4 major problems with the David and Goliath story. So what are the 4 major problems again?
One is who killed Goliath, because there's a discrepancy between 1 Samuel and 2 Samuel. First Samuel says David.
Okay.
Elhanan, and Second Samuel says Elhanan.
Okay.
First Chronicles tried to retcon it and say that Elhanan killed one of Goliath's brothers.
Okay.
But even if you took First Chronicles as a correction, then you have to say that when Second Samuel was written, that if God supposedly inspired it, it's wrong. It's wrong. The information is wrong.
Well, the whole thing is wrong. Yeah, all is wrong. Because for one, I was while I was watching you going back and forth with the last two people debating the height and the of Goliath and so and everything about Goliath. And I'm sitting out here and I'm looking at these light poles, right? These light pole rods, and what a little science and physics would tell you that, yeah, the 3 cubics law. So if I can show you a prime example here. So you see that light pole, right?
Yep. Hold on.
So it's literally, yeah.
There you go.
So, yep, it's literally impossible for someone to exist that tall or that big. And sorry about that. I don't want to put nobody car in the camera, but yeah. So now if you can see the tag right there at the base of the light pole right there, Goliath may have been that tall. So when you think about it, so Goliath, yeah, I heard with the part where you said that, yeah, maybe 7 or over 9 feet is literally impossible. Cause I was watching a documentary and then I had seen a study where they were saying that people over 6 feet tall or more, yeah, people over 6 feet tall or more don't live that long. Then that's a true saying. So it's literally impossible for someone to live a long time at that height. And David probably was like my height, like what, 5'8" maybe. So 5'9", and that whole story, yeah, it just wouldn't make sense.
So, you sure they said 6 feet tall, or you mean 8 feet tall? It got to be 8 feet.
Anywhere over 6 feet, that people don't live that long. They're saying now even people 6 feet even don't live that long, and that's crazy. So, people, I have to go back on my Instagram and find it. They made a post about it that anybody below 6 feet and under have a 4.95 chance of living longer than people that are taller. And I said, that's crazy. So and I'm like, and it would make sense if science says that, then it would make sense that Goliath couldn't exist at that height.
Yeah, well, like you said, 3 cube law just already makes it where he can't live that.
Yep. So giants and all that, there's literally no scientific evidence of giants ever existing. Like, and people claiming that saying that they find skulls the size of cars and, you know, bones and all that, skeletons the size of these light poles. I'm like, no, it's impossible. And I'll tell you another thing, Coach. I go on a whim, like the dinosaur bones. I'm like, even though there's fossils to prove that dinosaurs exist, but I think the dinosaurs, I don't know. I think that came along too, along the lines of being, you know, created in some ancient time.
Well,
I'm like,
so the 3 cube law certainly plays its part that the human body can never be more than 8 feet something. Dinosaurs existed during a time frame where the oxygen levels were completely different, and it could support, you know, huge megafauna and flora. But in our last like 200,000 years, no damn dinosaur is gonna be able to exist on this
exactly planet. With this oxygen level and all that. Right. And yeah, and they say the Earth was a lot more bigger then too when they're around. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that part. I never heard that. But the and I did do a quick search for what you were talking about, and It's being reported by Zest Science on the Zest Science blog, and they're taking this information from the National Institute of Health, is what I think this study was done. And it is saying that it's a 1992 study that men who are 5'9" or below lived roughly 5 years longer than those who were above the height of men that were 5'7". But this is the taller man living longer than the shorter man. But it does say, or says, or below live roughly 7 years longer than those who are 6 feet or taller. So yeah, that's, oh wait a minute. Okay, so I get it. So if you're 5'7", you usually live about five years longer than people who are 5'9". If you are 5'7", you usually live 7 years longer than people who are 6 foot. Between the 5'9" and the 6 footer is 2 years. That's some bullshit.
I told you, and I'm like, so ain't no way Goliath, if Goliath was any damn bigger, yeah, he wouldn't have been around very long.
Right, even at 6'9", then he would have had because the Septuagint and the Dead Sea Scrolls puts him at 6'9". That's a big deal. We see some of those people. We see a lot of those people.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Absolutely.
You can make now. I always looked at when athletes who are tall like that, they die earlier. They put a hell of a lot of stress on their body. So a person who is a warrior, a combatant, they would put a lot of stress on their body as well. I am living proof of that. Almost most veterans are living proof of that, whether they were combat veterans or not, because just the training alone is detrimental to long life. So I'm with you, except for them Air Force people, they don't do shit. They don't. Motherfucker don't do nothing.
They don't. Yeah, I got family members in the Air Force. They don't do nothing but eat all damn day. They got the best damn food.
Yeah, they not humping, not putting them packs on their back and humping, 7, 8, 10 miles. So no, they shit different. But
different, right?
Yeah, but I'm with you. The Masoretic text though says that he's 9 by 9 feet 9. There's no way that he could have lived. But like I was saying, I have never considered nor researched about just the average person. Who's the taller the person is, the shorter their life. That's kind of fucked up. Yeah, that's. I'm 5'11" now. I ain't 6 foot.
And I'm like, and it also made me think, and I was like, right. And I was thinking, I'm like, I'm 5'8".
I'm 5'7".
Yeah,
5'7" now.
So I got you by the height. I did a few inches.
Yeah, I'm 5'7" now. So when I see you, I'm down because I'm 5'7".
I look forward to it. But yeah, man. So I was thinking about that. I was like, yeah, Goliath story. Yeah, you couldn't have made that possible. But I also wanted to tell you that I'm in for it now, man. So I was on a Facebook group chat, and I was in a group with a couple people doing Bible debates, and I was pretty much taking the lead, in the debate. So everybody now is saying that I should do Bible debates now. So I said, okay, but on one condition, I need a co-pilot. So I don't want to hop on YouTube or Facebook Live or Instagram and shoot, and then they stick the wolves on me. So I was saying I was gonna ask you if you could help me co-pilot. Yup. But help me co-pilot. You funny, man.
And I'm a punk out on this one. I'm a punk out on this. You think that my wife gonna let me do another show that's most likely will be after she is home?
I don't know, actually. Shoot, because I'm like, I ain't gonna throw myself out there and then get railroaded. I'm like, I need a co-pilot. I asked Justin. I asked Justin too on deconstruction. He said he done. He out.
No.
You know, deconstruction's on. Yeah, he said, hey, I would like to help you. I'm out.
Justin does shows. No, there ain't no way Justin gonna do that show. Justin be doing them 5, 8, 9 hour shows and shit. So
I know that.
yeah, nah.
Yep.
But there's no reason why you can't do it by yourself. All you gotta do is
Yeah. Go ahead.
look. So you gotta look. So this is what I would suggest.
Mm-hmm.
Research the main arguments that Christians always like to make for validating the Bible. And then when it's probably about, I don't know how many they are. There's probably about 6 or 7 arguments that they always make.
Okay.
And then research the hell out of those 6 or 7 arguments, and you'll be fine.
Okay.
Because you already know what their arguments are going to be. That way you don't have to know every little nook and cranny. And then when you get with the nook and cranny, then if you know how to utilize Google critically, you can find an answer. Because I'm pretty sure you've seen me plenty of times. Somebody talking, I was still on there. Just like when you were talking about this 5-7 board.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, but I asked the question, what I asked? I said, do people who are below 6 feet tall live longer? And that shit came out, hell no. You motherfuckers don't live longer. It popped it up real quick. And then I was honest with it. I said, I just seen a study. And that's what it says. It's from the it's from the National Institute of Health. That's being reported by Zest Science on their blog. So, you know, it's not hard. And the more you do it, the better you'll get at it. And of course, before you'll have a subject, you'll come on about your subject matter. You should have thoroughly researched that subject matter. I'm talking about you not spent some time, you not read some papers, or you read some scholastic information about it. So that you have an understanding of the for and the against, and you should be able to handle it.
Because I was
start is don't let people start taking the conversation into a realm that you haven't researched.
Exactly. And I pay attention to your show a lot. So yeah, like them talking over and stuff and trying to preach or testimony. Ain't none of that. Yeah.
Testimony don't mean shit.
With all that. Right. You gotta prove something. And that's the thing I like about you and everything, you know, we gotta use science. We gotta bring science into it. Like, where's the evidence? Where's the proof? Like, show me something that's going to convince me that your God exists. These people existed in the Bible. Everything they did in the Bible happened. But if you can't, it's a loss. It's a losing conversation. It's a losing battle.
Yeah.
So
you can do it.
And yeah. So, but so I'm thinking about. I'm also thinking about adding my own twist to it. So, like, you know, I'm obsessed with sorcery, magic. So, and I also know that a lot of people who discuss the Bible debates, or who go into that, they usually tend to evolve around that. Like, no, they tend to work around witchcraft. So they don't really bother with it. Like let's say, for example, like the people who thought what was witchcraft in the Bible didn't understand science. So what they perceived was to be supernatural was actually some scientific explanation behind it. So, for example, all the miracles and stuff that happened in the Bible, all the unexplained phenomena like Moses departing the water and all that, they didn't understand science and stuff and all that, and concluded science. So, and like you said early on, before in your videos, that the people of the Bible were illogical, illiterate, so they wouldn't know.
Right.
So yeah, so that's the kind of spin I would want to put on it too, like come up with my own topics and spin on it, and also conclude the proof of God and the stuff that happened in the Bible.
Okay, well, do the damn thing.
Yeah.
Now,
So
so
yeah,
you know what you've done, right?
what?
You've been watching this show long enough. You know I'm biased as fuck when it comes to dudes, right?
Okay, lay it
You
on
know
me.
my patience is like that much when it comes to dudes. When they say they're
Okay,
gonna do something. So if you don't get it done, I'm gonna talk shit about you.
hey, okay,
You have a
but
whole
hey,
bunch
I
of
don't like
excuses.
keeping broken promises though. Yeah.
A whole bunch of excuses. I'm gonna talk shit. Now, if you a young lady, then if you a woman, I give you a little more grace. But I have no
I
grace
understand.
when they say they're gonna do
I
something.
understand.
So
I
if
understand.
you're not coming on here, I'm gonna give you 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Oh man, I need a month.
Coming up with
Yeah.
that you are doing
I-
you got your schedule because you gotta be consistent. Whether it's
Yep.
a weekly show or a daily show, if you ain't got your
Yep.
schedule and got your first show lined up in 2 weeks, got your channels already, we gonna dog the shit out of you. I'm gonna dog the shit.
All right. Hey, you know what? I respect you for. I respect you for that though.
Yeah,
Anybody else? Yeah,
you don't want
I'll
to
be
call you
browbeaten
a
if I
pad.
gotta.
You don't want to call you a pad.
All right, man. But I need a month, man. I need some time to prepare.
3 weeks.
3
We'll
weeks.
split the
All
baby.
right.
You said
That'll
a
be
month.
November.
I
That'll
said
be in
2.
November. All right.
Yep.
Hey,
Right.
that's my birth month too. So
Yep.
you might want to double up.
That put you in the middle of November.
That's my birth month too. I'm gonna be
Okay.
32 this year.
About the holidays and after the holidays and all that, you got about 3 weeks. That put you around the 15th of November.
So you gonna turn me into a Thanksgiving turkey, huh? You gonna roast the fuck out of me.
Yeah. I don't want to call you a pad, but I'm gonna dog the shit out of you. I'm just telling you.
All right, man, I got you. But hey, I ain't gonna keep you long, man. I gotta go.
Yeah, I gotta go through this in 4 hours.
All right, yeah, I see. Yup. All right, man. Take care.
All right. Y'all know. Ain't got no patience for a dude who don't get shit done. I get mad at myself when I don't get shit done. So, just like I gotta make this phone call today. I gotta get this shit done. Oh man. So yeah, I gotta make some phone calls. I got some other work to do. So hey, it's been an interesting conversation today. I appreciate everybody for being here. Thank you for supporting the channel. That's right, Prince. Tell them don't be scared. Don't be scared. I Yeah, I have seen the argument that the flood would have caused for all the riverbeds and the rivers to have shifted courses to be different and that sort of thing. It's still not a valid argument. One, because the flood never happened. The worldwide flood never happened. So it kind of takes away from that argument about how the flood would have shifted everything. The flood still, all those rivers, there's only one river that flows north. That's the Nile. All of the rivers flow south. So it's still going to be problematic in that those rivers still would have had to have come out of the north, a more northern region than the Saudi Arabia or the Saudi Arabian Peninsula. So I understand what you're saying, Isaac, but it don't work. I mean, I'm not saying that you're saying it works. That's what Christians always say. But hey, gotta go, gotta eat, and all that sort of thing. So I appreciate you guys. I will see you tomorrow. I have no idea what the subject matter is going to be tomorrow. I had one, but when I woke up this morning, but I forgot what it was. So I'll see y'all guys tomorrow. Y'all have a great day. Always remember, you got to free yourself to be yourself because your greatness is non-negotiable. Good journey, good vibrations.